minute, City Clerk? All right. You get council members to your battle stations. You want a healthier breakfast? You want tofu? I'm trying to make everybody chubby so I can look better. I got some biscuits and gravy too. Yeah, it should be a light agenda. I don't think it'll be. Fingers crossed. City Clerk, we ready to go? All right. The time is now 9:07, Thursday, October 28th, 2021. City Clerk, do the roll.
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Esparza.
Present.
And Council President Chavez.
Here. All right. We will now go on to doing our invocation, and today's guest is Pastor Joe Basile of My Valley Church. Pastor? Ron Killing. I am sorry. Somebody didn't make the adjustment here.
I'll do that. Ron Kelly from New Covenant Community Church.
Everybody please rise, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Father, as we come together this morning, we want to thank you for this time to get to work through the stuff you want us to work through. And we look to your word where it tells us that to, first of all, pray for all people. And we do that this morning. To ask you for help and intercede on others' behalf and give thanks for them. And we're here to represent the people of this land, of this city. You also tell us to pray this way for kings and for all who are in authority so that we can live peaceful and quiet lives marked by godliness and dignity, that this is good and pleases you. And so, Father, I pray this morning for everyone who's involved here in making decisions, that you would do what the Apostle Paul prayed in Ephesians, that you would grant to them a spirit of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of who you are, that we might know you better. And may you have your way in us so that you can have your will be done through us. We pray this in Jesus' name. Everyone said? Amen. Amen.
Please salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you for that, Pastor. Thank you for that, Councilmember Bredefeld. All right. Let's go on to approving the agenda. City Clerk, could you read off for the benefit of the public which items have been requested to be removed from the agenda?
Yes, I would like to make an announcement that we do have ASL, Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available on Zoom this morning. And then the following items are being requested to be removed from the agenda and continued to a future date. Item 3A, actions related to improving operations and maintenance in parks and trails, will be removed from the agenda and continue to November 4th at the staff's request. The following items are changes to the agenda. Item 1A, approval of the minutes for October 4th, 2021, regular council meeting. This should have included adjourn in memory of the Fresno County Sheriff Toa Malama Scanlon. And then also, with respect to consent calendar items 1C, approve a water infrastructure reimbursement agreement with State Center Community College District. And item 1H, resolution for the 13th Amendment to the AAR for the joint training program between Fresno City College and Fresno Fire Department. Council Vice President Esparza and Councilmember Soria are employed by the State Community Center College District, but recusal is not required under the Political Reform Act. The following items are being requested to be pulled from the consent calendar and moved to contested consent for further discussion. Item 1D, as in dog, actions pertaining to the purchase of liquefied carbon dioxide, was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell for further discussion, and also would like to note that this item does require 5 votes. Item 1K, actions pertaining to commercial cannabis activity, was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell for further discussion. And those are all the changes I have.
All right, Council, are there any other items? Councilwoman Soria, any items on your end to pull? All right, Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Arias.
I'd like to pull the following items for contested consent. one C as in cat, one T as in Tom, one F as in Frank, one N as in Nancy, one R as in Raymond.
Do we have any other items left on consent to pull after all
Actually,
of
can
those?
we
Pull?
get that speed reading
Sure.
slowed down a little bit?
I've got one C as in cat, one T as in Tom, one F, and one R. Is
And
that
one
correct?
N.
And one N. Okay.
They're simple questions, just for the record.
They better be simple questions. All right, any other items, Councilmember Maxwell?
No, I did have some additional questions about 1R, but it's already been pulled, but I would like to ask questions at that time.
All right, Vice President, any other items?
I had questions on 1T, but it's already been pulled.
Pulled, okay. All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
All right, Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, let's go on to ceremonial presentations. And our first proclamation is for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And we've got myself, Vice President Esparza, Councilmember Arias, Bredefeld, Maxwell, Soria, Carbasi, and the Office of the Mayor and City Manager as sponsors. Mayor, do you want to actually kick it off as we all work our way down there?
Yeah, if we can have council come up here. This is my honor. If we could have Nicole and your team, please come up here, please. Nicole Linder, Executive Director for Marjorie Mason Center when I was on the board. Marjorie Mason Center, which I served for about 10 years, had the privilege of being a part of bringing Nicole onto the Marjorie Mason Center board. And as anyone knows, she is very steadfast, and she has a lot of folks that are very much involved. We have a Marjorie Mason family here with us today? Yeah, all right. We are blessed. We got Marjorie Mason Center, or Marjorie Mason's family with us too. And, you know, this is something that's near and dear to me, and I believe it's near and dear to everyone in this community. When you think about the number of people who are impacted by domestic violence, whether that is a victim or the children or family members of victims. After spending 40 years in law enforcement, I got to see far too often what the impact of domestic violence had. And we know that violence begets violence in our children. And what they see is what they replicate. And then after, again, spending 10 years on the board, I got to see what folks involved in the Marjorie Mason Center actually do. Day in and day out, helping victims, meeting them where they're at in their life, where they are at an all-time low. And I want to say thank you to the board members that continue to be on that board and do all that they do. But this is something that we should not just remember 1 month of the year. It is something that we need to remember every single day, that we have people out there that live in environments that they do not feel that they can escape from. And what we do know with domestic violence victims is oftentimes they think it's going to get better, and it never does. And so it is important that we provide them an avenue for them to be able to escape from that environment, the emergency shelter and long-term shelter that they need, and the services that will allow them to once again be able to believe in themselves and to be able to be productive. And so at this time, I think I'm going to have, you want me to have Nicole speak? I'm going to have Nicole Linder, who is the Executive Director of Marjorie Mason Center, speak.
Thank you, Mayor, former chief and boss, and to the City Council for recognizing this as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and for your significant support. It's been a long year, and you stepped up in a very big way to make sure that your community had resources. You hear me all the time. I'm really blessed that some of my board members and the Mason family is here, so I'm actually going to hand the mic to them really quickly. Our board president is Dr. Bonnie Herr. We also have a board member, Captain Mindy Casta with Fresno PD here, our police chief. And we have the Mason family, many of the Mason family members here. Alfred Mason drew the short straw, so he'll say a few words.
Well, thank you. Again, those that don't know me, my name is Dr. Bonnie Herr. I'm a family physician in the community. Domestic violence I've been on the board for about 6 years, starting my presidency. So domestic violence in the Hmong community, that's where I stepped in and I wanted to be part of the solution and not just a bystander. So domestic violence, a lot of Hmong women have had to endure it. And I'm here to say, no, that's not okay, and to bring awareness and hopefully from within promote a healthy family. So thank you again to the City Council, Mayor, for helping us this last year. It's been pretty tough, but I think we can make it a better and safer place. So.
I just want to say thank you for the long years of dedication that you've put toward the Marjorie Mason legacy. As a prior police officer myself, I've responded to numerous domestic violence. And I just want to thank the city of Fresno, the mayor, and all those that worked so very, very hard for so many years. Thank you for keeping Marjorie Mason going. Thank you.
So members of my leadership team really quickly, Leticia Campos is our deputy director. Marcus Martin is our director of finance, and he's here today. Morgan Ogletree is our crisis response manager. Carmen Motley is our children's services manager. Sitlali Medina is taking your picture. She's our marketing specialist. And then with the Mason family, we have Jessie Mason, who's Marjorie's sister-in-law, Omitha Moore, Marjorie's sister, and Edith, who is Marjorie's sister as well. So it's an honor to have them here today. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. I think we'll give an opportunity to each of the council, and we'll start with Council Member Soria.
Good morning, everyone. It is just an honor to have the presence of Marjorie Mason's family here with us. To, again, like the mayor said, not just, excuse me, I feel like I can't speak, not just to say that, you know, this month we're going to educate and make our community aware of domestic violence. More than ever before, it is so critical that we continue to provide resources, that we continue to educate on a daily basis about the impacts of domestic violence, not just on women, on their families, but on our kids, because they are the future. I know that for the last year, we've tried to put more resources, and I'm proud that this council has supported those resources so that we can house these kids that sometimes have no place to go with their moms or whatever parent is a victim of domestic violence. So I want to thank the organization. I want to thank the folks that have been involved to support the board members that give of your just time to make sure that our community knows that there is someone out there ready and willing to help in whatever way possible to make their situation just a little bit better. So thank you for the work that you do, and there is a lot more work to be done. We need to continue to build resources and capacity because you guys can only do so much with what you have. So thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Nicole, and thank you to the Marjorie Mason Center. I know it takes a lot of work and a big team to do what you do every single day. It's not an easy job, from the board to, you know, the amazing team that you have here together. And we've been in a couple of meetings, couple of calls. City of Fresno has always been a partner in making sure that you guys have the resources and support in every which way we can, and we're going to continue to do that. I just want to briefly talk a little bit, because I think I shared this with Nicole the other day, that the Marjorie Mason Center does a lot of work with regards to after the incidents happen and taking in women and the children and the families that come. But you also work with men, and I think that's something that people don't really associate. But there are also a lot of men that are victims of domestic violence. And I think the key part in the work that you do is the prevention piece too, because as I shared last time, I was actually a BIP facilitator a number of years ago as I was working my way through college. But we need to work on that prevention piece a lot more, because we know that that will help and reduce the workload that your team has. So I just want to thank you, your board, your amazing team for the work that you guys do every single day, and keep up the great work.
Well, all I can say is the same things that my colleagues are going to say. You do great work. Nicole, this council is always going to support your work. All the folks at the Marjorie Mason Center. Without you, there would be a lot of people who would just be out there. And so we thank you. This council thanks you. I thank our police department, because you go on calls that are very dangerous, as we all know. And you're the first point of contact often. So I thank you and your officers for all the great work that you do. And just keep it up, and know that the City Council, and I know, of course, Mayor Dyer is going to continue to support your great work.
Hi there. It's the first time meeting you. I'm Mike Carbasi. I'm one of the council members. So I want to say thank you, Nicole. Thank you to your team and your board, but also to the Mason family. And I just want you to know, we know Marjorie Mason because her name, we know the center, but she was your sister or your aunt or your family member. But when I say her legacy lives on, I want to share with you an experience I had with Nicole. We were at Mad Duck. We were talking about the Marjorie Mason Center, and there were a couple of officers. One of them was a former classmate of mine. We went and talked to him, and we didn't say who Nicole was, but we just ended up talking about what do you do when there's a domestic violence call? Because often an officer, people call 911 when they need help. And sometimes victims of domestic violence, they won't call the first, second, third, fourth. God knows that one time it gets so bad they finally make the call to protect themselves and their children. And the officers show up, and then they go from call to call to call. What do they do after that? So without missing a beat, we asked the officer who said, oh, I just called the Marjorie Mason number. They have a 24-hour line. So you are a part of the public safety apparatus of this city. That is how significant a role the Marjorie Mason Center plays. A lot of my residents, a lot of us here, we don't see the ugliness that happens out there every day. Unfortunately, there's evil out there. I don't need to tell you, you've experienced that with the loss in your family. But from that tragedy comes something that has saved countless women and children. We may not see all those numbers, but they're there. Thank you so much for keeping her memory alive. And if we ever consider not funding you, come back. Thank you so much.
You guys okay? Tyler? He's, hot mic here, hot mic.
Bring it on back. Good morning, folks. Very great to have you here this morning. I got up this morning and proudly put on my purple in honor of today and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Not a lot I can say that my colleagues haven't said yet, but just the role that you play in this community is tremendous. I really can't imagine Fresno community without the Marjorie Mason Center because of all the domestic violence that occurs across the city, unfortunately. So just thank you to all of you for your efforts in whichever role you have played. It really makes a difference on a daily basis for many folks here in Fresno. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Councilmember Tyler Maxwell. I apologize. My colleague wouldn't lend me any of his purple clothes this morning, so I don't got nothing to wear. But this is an issue that's really near and dear to my heart. My first job after college was working up in the Bay Area, one of the courtrooms, helping to get folks petition for a name change or a restraining order, and seeing domestic violence from that angle. And it's really one of these unspoken epidemics that you don't really realize is out there until you see all the people coming in for that kinds of service. When I moved back to Fresno in 2016, I had the fortune of working for the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. And that's when I first met Nicole Linder, and you started our friendship. And that's what really opened my eyes. When I moved back to Fresno and working in courtrooms 95 and 96, going in and out every single day, literally hundreds of people going to those courtrooms every single week because they've been the victim of domestic violence. I then went to work for, at the time, Police Chief Jerry Dyer. I worked crime scene investigations. And I'm not exaggerating when I say probably every other call I went on was to take photographs of someone who had been a victim of domestic violence. It was really sad when you had to go out to their house a second time and a third time. And sometimes those folks didn't make it, and we had to go out to those calls as well. And it's one of the reasons that I wanted to serve our city, because it is honestly probably one of the largest pandemics that we have in our city. But every step of the way, whether it was doing work in the courthouse or probation or the police department, Marjorie Mason Center was the one constant in all of that, where we would refer all of our clients, and I would let people know when I went out to crime scenes, there are resources. There's a 24/7 hotline. There's people out there that could help you get out of this situation. And so many people do take advantage of that because they trust the Marjorie Mason Center. They trust the name, and they trust the people doing the good work behind that name. So thank you guys for everything that you do. We are really blessed to have you doing great work in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those of you who don't know, the Marjorie Mason Center is in my district. So I have the privilege of having them in our backyard. But I also am one of those kids who grew up with domestic violence in their household, so I know firsthand the impact it has on kids and family. And that's why it's a very personal issue for me. It's not, it is the aggressor and the enablers that allow it to continue. It is everybody's responsibility to provide resources. As a city, we've given the Marjorie Mason Center unprecedented amount of money during the pandemic because it was necessary. The pandemic raised the stress levels of everyone across the city, and people cope differently. And a lot of that, the inability to cope correctly, results in domestic violence. So you have my commitment to continue the city's commitment, but more importantly, to also ask our friends across the street in the county of Fresno to match our commitment, because this is a county-wide issue, not just city of Fresno issue. Folks from outside the city come to the Marjorie Mason Center. People from Selma, Mendota, Kingsburg. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have to have a big Marjorie Mason Center in downtown Fresno. We would have a lot of them across the county. So I'm looking forward to the mayor and I and others having that conversation with their counterparts in the Board of Supervisors. We all have an abundance of resources now in local government. It's time for us to invest them with the frontline workers, and that's what you guys are to us. So thank you for your service, and thank you for your family, and my sincere apologies for the tragedy of the family.
All right, City Clerk, could we please read the proclamation?
Whereas domestic violence impacts countless individuals without regard to race, age, religion, or economic status. As victims suffer at the hands of a spouse or partner, it affects their children, families, and entire communities. And whereas domestic violence is widespread and affects over 12 million men and women in the United States each year, and at its most tragic level, kills an average of 3 women every day. And whereas more than 7,000 domestic violent calls are made to the public Fresno Police Department alone each year. And as Fresno County's only dedicated provider of domestic violence, safe housing, and support services, Marjorie Mason Center serves over 9,600 adults and children impacted by domestic violence annually, and also provides services to those who cause harm. And whereas Fresno has the highest rate of domestic violence calls in all of California. And each October, the formal recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month allows the community to acknowledge and show their support for survivors and advocates to end the cycle of abuse through education. And whereas Purple Thursday, October 21, is a national day dedicated to remembering the victims of domestic violence, supporting survivors, and raising awareness on local resources available to put an end to domestic violence. And whereas a partnership of organizations has emerged to comfort this crisis directly and are achieving success, the Marjorie Mason Center, along with law enforcement, healthcare providers, clergy, and concerned citizens, are helping end domestic violence. We must recognize the compassion and the dedication of these volunteers and professionals and increase public understanding of the critical problem. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of Fresno do hereby proclaim the month of October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge all citizens of Fresno to work together to end the cycle of violence in our community.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you to the Marjorie Mason Center. Thank you for the great work you guys have. All right, we will now move on to our next ceremonial presentation. Give folks a couple of minutes to clear out. All right, I think this is yours also, Mayor. It's the National Disability Employment Awareness Month proclamation. Do we have the folks here that are going to be receiving it?
Yes, we have Shannon Moha. She's online.
Online? Okay.
And
All right.
Clerk, if we could promote a couple of additional individuals from
There
the
we go.
panel and panelists.
All right.
Shannon, you're pretty low.
Okay, let me see if I can turn up my volume here. How about now? Is that better?
That's a lot better.
All right, we can
All
hear
right.
it.
So we could have the folks that are going to be online, if you could unmute yourself and turn up the volume, that would be very much appreciated. All right, Mayor, floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President, and I want to thank everyone for being online. Shannon, thank you for being here today to be able to receive this proclamation and on behalf of the city of Fresno as we declare National Disability Employment Awareness Month. All of us are aware of the fact that we have folks in our community who have disabilities. Folks that oftentimes are overlooked or people who are thought to be different, and they're not different. They still have families, they still are in need of employment, they still function as everyone else. And my daughter is a special needs teacher in Fresno Unified, so this is something near and dear to me. And I've been to Addicott School where she is at and deals with moderate to severe students. And so what we do know is more than 13% of Fresno County residents have one or more disabilities, which in raw numbers is more than 130,000 people. Those folks are in need of employment. And it is so important that we as a city and we in government do all that we can to make sure those folks find a place to work. And so this is National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And we want to take this opportunity to be able to present this proclamation as National Disability Employment Awareness Month in the city of Fresno. And with that, I wanted to have, I believe, Shannon, you're going to speak. If you would, or do you have somebody there, part of the Disability Advisory Committee?
Yeah, if I could have the clerk please promote the following people to panelists. Janelle Pitt-Parker, Susan Coulter, Tanisha Morrison, and I believe interpreter Pam Workington should be here as well. So we are going to have, thank you, Mayor, I appreciate your words. This is an exciting time for us. We're going to do a proclamation as well as our Disability Awareness Awards. And so Susan Coulter, if you're on screen, she's our chair for the Disability Advisory Commission. And I just want to give a quick nod to Susan. And receiving the Disability Awareness Month proclamation this year is Dr. Pitt Parker, who is the Associate Dean of the California State University, Fresno, Kremen School of Education and Human Development, which is committed to recruiting and preparing students who can effectively serve as leaders in racially, linguistically, and culturally diverse settings throughout the Central Valley. And they do a lot of work with education and employment. Dr. Pitt Parker has not yet been promoted to panelist, but we appreciate your commitment to that. Chair Coulter, did you want to say a word or two?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here. I'm Susan Coulter. I'm the chair for the DAC, and I work at Deaf and Hard of Hearing Service Center. And I was also one of the people to review the different nominations for this year's awards. And I am truly inspired every year by all of the nominations. It's very difficult to narrow it down and just pick a few. This year, a few things that really impacted me. One was because of the pandemic, so many people, we had to stay home, we had to work from home, our clients couldn't go to the office. Places like Central Valley Regional Center, they have programs that their clients go to every day, and they had to stay home and couldn't be involved. Places like Resources for Independence, they had to serve all their clients remotely. And my office as well, Deaf and Hard of Hearing Service Center, where people just go all the time, that's where we communicate, and they had to stay home. So we all had to learn Zoom. We all had to teach our clients how to do Zoom. People in this community had to become very, very creative. And I know too, for the city of Fresno, several of the employees are hard of hearing. they have to lip read like I do. And when you put on a mask, that's a hindrance. So again, the creativity and how are they going to maintain their employment? So I have seen what the community has done, where they have been creative to allow people to still be engaged, help people to still feel positive. So I've been truly impressed, and I look forward to you seeing what our community has done today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Coulter. Dr. Pitt Parker, did you want to say a few words before we read the proclamation into the record and do the awards?
Thank you so much, everyone, and I'm so happy. My name is Janelle Pitt Parker, and I'm currently serving as the Associate Dean of the Kremen School of Education and Human Development here at Fresno State. And as Chief Dyer mentioned, this month is so incredibly important as we think about the importance of access, as we think of the importance of inclusion and identity and being a part of. So we're just so pleased to be a part of the collective work that continues to move forward. And on behalf of the Kremen School of Education and Human Development here at Fresno State, thank you again. We're so pleased to be a part of the work.
Thank you, Dr. Pitt Parker. Can we have the clerk read the proclamation into the record, and then we'll come back and recognize these 5 amazing individuals for their work.
City Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Each year since 1945, the President of the United States has proclaimed a national observance in October to promote the employment of individuals with disabilities and to commemorate the many and varied contributions they have contributed to America's workplace and economy. And whereas in 2021 National Disabilities Employment Awareness Month theme, America's Recovery, Powered by Inclusion, reflects the importance of ensuring that people with disabilities have full access to employment and community involvement during the national recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas National Disability Employment Awareness Month helps to foster a more inclusive workplace in which all people are recognized for their disabilities. And whereas more than 13% of Fresno County residents have one or more disabilities, which in raw number is more than 130,000 people. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes that people with disabilities are a community resource which should not be overlooked or underutilized. And whereas the City of Fresno Disability Advisory Commission serves the citizens of Fresno by providing the city with guidance on a wide range of disability-related issues, and through its annual Achievement Award recognizes an individual and organization who have improved the quality of life for persons with disabilities in the City of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council proclaim October 2021 to be National Disability Employment Awareness Month.
And I want to teach you all a little sign language. If you raise your hands and shake them like this is clapping in sign language. It's great on Zoom, isn't it? We're really excited. The Mayor's Disability Advisory Commission, as Susan said, struggle every year to pick just one award recipient for each category, and they didn't do that this year. And we have 2 individuals and 2 staff, as well as 1 organizational award that we're going to run through first. So our first award recipient is Sarah Harris. And Sarah Harris is the Director of Programs at Resources for Independent Central Valley and the owner of Crazy Blind Lady Consulting. Yes, you heard me right. And if you know her, you know that's an accurate business name. She's also the president of the California Council of the Blind Fresno chapter and the first vice president for the statewide organization of the same name. She's been a long time advocate and partner of the city and has become a friend through the process, I'll be honest. And currently she volunteers and serving time on the Disability Advisory Commission Transportation Subcommittee. Most recently, she partnered with our Personnel Division for training our youth interns and our youth intern program on disability inclusion and awareness. And Sarah is known and appreciated for her direct approach to issues. She is not one to mince words. If you get a chance to work with her, you will learn this really quickly and you will get valuable insights, as we have at the City of Fresno over many years. And serving the public, Sarah consistently goes above and beyond, working with folks with disabilities as they seek and foster their own independence. And it's for this reason, Sarah, that we want to award you this plaque and recognize you for your service to the city of Fresno, the people with disabilities in the city of Fresno. Sarah, would you like to say a word or two?
Oh my gosh, Shannon, you're gonna make me cry. So I would like to just first thank the Disability Advisory Commission, not only for this award, but for giving me a platform that really helped me to recognize and to discover my passion for advocacy. I would also like to thank my coworkers at Resources for Independent Central Valley, especially Vidal, my partner in crime with advocacy work. Vidal, I hope you're blushing somewhere. I would also like to take a moment to thank Shannon Mulhall for not deleting my emails and or ignoring my phone calls, because I can be a pester. My nickname is PETA. Figure it out, everybody. I would also like to thank Christina, who has really been a great extra person to add to our team as our DAC secretary. And I'd like to thank Mayor Dyer, the council, my family for dealing with me while I'm running around in circles and trying to manage all these different things and calls and everything else. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my best friend, Shanier, because we've been down this road together from the very beginning of navigating the advocacy within our city and trying to make it a better place for most. I'd love to say for all, but we can never make everyone happy. And I'd just like to leave you with a thought. If we all kept stepping over the crack in the sidewalk and never said a word, never told anyone that it was there, all we'd end up with is a bigger crack and a lot of broken hips. So, take a minute, use your voice, speak up for those who don't have one, and don't be afraid, because, it's the biggest thing that you can do and make a difference. And just thank you so much. And I'm going to cry. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and do some sign language clapping for Sarah here. Thank you, Sarah.
Makes me think of jazz hands.
It is. It's absolutely jazz hands. That's why I love
Yep.
it. Thank you, Sarah, for all that you do. Our next individual award recipient is Cleora Didomaso. And Cleora Didomaso is the director, or was the director of community services at Central Valley Regional Center, which serves individuals with developmental disabilities. She recently retired after 35 years of service. Now, Cleora, I don't know if you know this, but I first met you about 20 years ago when I was working as a receptionist at the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Service Center. And the one impression that I had from the get-go of Cleora on a personal level was that she was firm, yet kind. When I picture Cleora, she's got this bubbling, laughing, kind of happy expression, very welcoming and open, and yet always firm about what needed to happen for the community. That's just my personal experience. Now, over the years at Central Valley Regional Center, Cleora has developed much needed programs and services. Most recently, she spearheaded the depopulation of the Porterville Developmental Center, which assisted in developing homes in the community for challenging to serve individuals. And this is the first of its kind. It was a statewide model here in the Central Valley, led by Cleora. And we know that community housing is a critical issue for all of our community, but particularly for persons served by Central Valley Regional Center. Some of the phrases that were used to describe Cleora in the nominations include heart of gold, integrity, and passion for serving others. So Cleora, it's for this reason and so many, many more that we're awarding you our Individual Achievement Award for the City of Fresno. Did you want to say a word or two, Cleora?
I just want to say thank you very much for this honor. I know that I couldn't have done it without everybody. I have a bunch of people supporting me here in the room, and these are all people who contributed to everything and anything I've ever done. So, but thank you to the council for awarding me this. It is a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Cleora. I'm giving some ASL clapping here. Do we have Tanisha Morrison promoted to a panelist? I'm sorry, Morris, not Morrison. There you are, Tanisha. Thank you. So our organizational award goes to Resources for Independence Central Valley. They go by RICV. And receiving this award on behalf of RICV is Tanisha Morris, the program manager. Now, RICV has more than 30 years, yeah, I said 30 years of service to the Central Valley, providing above and beyond service for people with disabilities. And they truly are a longtime trusted partner for the city of Fresno. They're systems change advocates have been at the table with the city since the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Now, RICV offers a variety of services for assisting people with disabilities to live and thrive independently. Now, those of you that have been around for a little while, you might remember that RICV stepped up prior to construction of the 8-acre fully accessible inspirational park, and they took the lead on some fundraising to help get that project to the finish line so that we now have this shining gold example in the city of Fresno of what accessible play for all can look like. Throughout the pandemic, RICV has done an outstanding job with the Disability Equity Project, assisting with the dissemination of personal protective equipment, vaccines, and testing clinics and information for folks with disabilities in our community in partnership with Fresno County. And they also launched the RICV Cares program, which assists people with disabilities affected by the pandemic with access to food and technology so that they can continue to thrive in these challenging circumstances. And so it's for this reason and many, many more that we are honoring Resources for Independence Central Valley today. So thank you. And Tanisha, would you like to say a word or two?
Thank you, everyone. I just want to very humbly accept this award on behalf of RICV and the RICV team. We would like to say thank you to the Disability Advisory Commission members and to the Fresno City Council President and members. We would also like to especially thank our awesome consumers for allowing us to provide much needed services to them and for adjusting with us during this COVID-19 pandemic. And a very special thank you to all of the RICV staff. They just work really hard and they do an amazing job with supporting the community and people with disabilities. So I would just like to say the RICV family is very happy and grateful to accept this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanisha. This is truly my favorite day of the year. There's nothing better than recognizing folks in our community and our staff who are going above and beyond. And so now we're going to recognize 2 employees of the city of Fresno for their efforts. The first is Trish Eichhorn, and Trish serves as a senior human resource and risk analyst in personnel services. And she was selected because of her exceptional customer service and resourcefulness in supporting employees throughout the COVID pandemic. She went above and beyond her call of duty, time and time again, to assist these employees with getting the services that they needed. She researched options for alternative face shields and drapes for employees with challenges or disabilities that limited or restricted their use of standardized masks. She stayed vigilant about the current COVID-19 health orders and provided pertinent and timely information to the departments throughout the pandemic. This is direct from the nomination, and I love this thought because just as the city of Fresno recognizes that its workforce is the most valuable asset, so does Trish. And Trish, really, in this last year, you've embodied that concept. So we want to thank you for your effort, and that's why we want to recognize you for your efforts. Trish, would you like to say a word or two?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for including me in this recognition ceremony. Honestly, I was somewhat wary of being assigned to the interactive process and reasonable accommodations chair back in 2016. However, I quickly grew to feel energized in learning something new, and I'm really grateful to bring value to the city in this role. Adaptability in the workplace has certainly gone into high gear these past few years, and I really look forward to even more out-of-the-box thinking to help those with disabilities to be successful City of Fresno employees. So I especially appreciate the guidance I receive and the confidence I feel from my supervisory team. That's TJ Miller, Marissa Gonzalez, and David Bolton. And the nomination from David Bolton and Michelle Marchini is very much appreciated. And of course, selection by the Disability Advisory Commission. Thank you again, much appreciated.
Thank you, Trish. We really appreciate your effort. And our final employee award is for Chris Gray. Chris Gray is the project administrator for the City of Fresno Department of Transportation, and he has been leading key FACTS projects that have broadened access to transit in Fresno for persons with disabilities. We know that persons with disabilities use public transportation more than those without and really rely on it for access to employment, access to entertainment, access to medical care. And Transportation Department takes that seriously, as does Chris Gray. His projects have included our buffer median island bus stop upgrades that actually allow people with disabilities to get to the bus stop, and our FACTS ADA transition plan, which is going to guide how we improve our transit system, our physical access to our transit system over the next 30 years. Chris really spends time with the community. He's taken the time to explain changes, implementation, and enabling feedback from the community, taking it and integrating it into the work that he does. One of the things that our community members said is, I know that Chris is going to approach collaboration with a listening ear. And Chris shows great willingness to approach his supervisors with some of these innovative ideas and elements to improve transportation experience. And that's key as well, to be able to listen and implement. So Chris, we want to thank you for your efforts and recognize you for your ongoing work in improving accessibility and public transportation. Chris, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. First off, thank you, everyone. This award means a lot to us, all at the Capital Projects team. And that I'd like to say thank you to my whole team, because nothing that we do in Capital Projects happens in a vacuum. It happens as a team effort, lots of collaboration, lots of different skilled people have to come together to make these projects happen. And that's what the last couple of years have really been about for us, is building that team, building out these project plans, and getting things done, getting things implemented. And we're so very excited for what the future holds. As we all know, transit took a pretty serious beating in the last year due to the pandemic. And so we're looking forward to FACTS Capital Projects and the whole team being an integral part in building back better and stronger in the future, and providing more access to more individuals throughout the county to the FACTS system and the City of Fresno services and all it has to offer. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you to all of those that are receiving the awards today. Your efforts are appreciated. Thank you to the mayor, city council, and city managers for your continued support and awareness that if we really are one Fresno, we need to make sure that it's inclusive and accessible and equitable for all. So thank you again.
All right, thank you guys for that presentation, and congratulations to all the folks that received awards and recognitions. I believe we read the proclamation already, right, City Clerk?
Yes.
So let's move on to the next item, which is announcements to fall employees of the quarter recipients. City Clerk?
Yes, so the following are the Fall Employee of the Quarter recipients. From Finance Department, we have Vanessa Bryant and John Schaefer. From the City Attorney's Office and Code Enforcement, we have Tim Schultz and Dana Vlines. From Personnel Services, we have Heather Haupt. From Fire Department, we have Dean Bingman, Agapito Martinez, Chad Brizendine, and Brandon Griffith. From Public Utilities Department, we have Donna Leslie, Sarah Aguila, Deem Tanu, Alex Ortiz. From Information Services Department, we have Walid Alamesri. And from the Economic Development Department, we have Brina Munzio. From the City Clerk's Office, we have Bernard Canez, Amanda Martin. From Planning Department, we have Robin Wilson, Eric Young. From the Police Department, we have Adriana Ponce, Robert Fry, Annette Adams, and Gresham Jeet Daliwa. From Public Works Department, we have Andrina Aguilar, Mark Rivas, Wayne Flores, Logan Welch. From Transportation Department, we have Joanna Garcia, Becky Ballestriri, Cao Vang, Marvin Seals, and Brent Peeney. And finally, from Parks Department, we have Rachel Pollock and Frank Ozuna. Congratulations to those who are the recipients of Fall Employee of the Quarter, and I believe the departments were celebrating individually.
All right, thank you for that, City Clerk, and congratulations to all our employees that just won that award. Do the happy. And the mayor just said that all those employees get the day off, so. All right, let's move on to council member reports and comments, and I'll go again numerically ordered. Councilwoman Soria, do you have any comments?
Yes, I just have a couple comments and then reports. So first, I do want to thank the city staff, the mayor, the Fresno Irrigation District, and the other agencies who were able to provide their services Wednesday morning. So, see, Mayor, I'm thanking you for the relocation of approximately 30 unhoused individuals and the cleanup of the encampment at Dakota and Fruit. If you guys recall, gentlemen and ladies that are on the dais, I brought this issue up just the other day, so quick response. So I am definitely thankful that we were able to provide some services and then housing for those individuals that accepted the housing. Then I just have a couple questions for the city manager, just for purpose of, the council knowing an update and then also the public. So during the budget process, there was motions made and monies that this council allotted for the Fire Station 12's relocation, which included acquisition of property on Ashland Avenue. Just like to know if you have a timeline to complete the relocation, if the council can get an update on that. It's been several months. So similarly, I'm also interested in receiving a status update on the fire training facilities and the timeline. I know that we had a press conference a few weeks ago or a month ago, or maybe more than a month ago. So it'd just be great to know we're, now 4 months, 5 months after the budget, and it'd be great to get a status report on those things.
Yep, so I'll start by giving you an update on the Fire Training Center, and then I'll ask Assistant City Manager Francine to give an update on the Fire Station 12. So on the Fire Training Center, we, thanks to Miguel hooking us up with the Cal OES people. The Cal OES people are ready to make the deposit of the $25 million. So we've put them in contact with Mike Lima. So Mike Lima's setting up the account, and we will make preparations to receive those funds. Concurrently with that, we have retained a consultant to do the design of the facility. We're currently in negotiations with that firm to dial in the scope for that new facility. I've asked fire, public works, public utilities, planning to get together to put the schedule. We were always waiting for just the timing of the money. The money hasn't arrived yet, but they're preparing us for the money. To put a timeline together for how we would draw down the $25 million, starting with environmental assessment. We got to do the CEQA process. Next thing we got to get is the utilities, because there's no utilities out there. So we get the water, the sewer, the gas, electric, and then start the design process. So we should be able to get you, not the November 4th meeting, but we'll put a trade memo together once we get clarity from the state when they deposit the funds. And I've asked staff very clearly to give us I told them to put a 30-month plan together. So I think by the time we get the dollars and do all the CEQA work, do the design work, in 30 months we should be able to do the ribbon cutting for a brand new fire training center out at about 30 months. 24 months to build it, and then you're going to spend 16 months just getting CEQA done, design done, getting all the utilities dragged in out there that we need to serve the facility.
So 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Yeah, it's just what it takes in California to get stuff built. So we'll get you a trade memo with the details of that. And then I'll ask Francine to update us on Fire Station 12.
Okay, well, Fire Station 12 currently is located on Acacia, which you probably know, and we're looking at a parcel that is currently on Ashland, in between Marks and Valentine, and that currently is going through a real estate review, including environmental, and I can go ahead and try to get the update on where we are. But that parcel is a little bigger and would accommodate a larger station as well as a potential pocket park.
Yeah, it's essentially turning the temporary station into a permanent station.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to know, I guess, I wanted to make sure that we are moving in that direction. I hadn't heard an update. I know that in order to move forward, we need acquisition. I know that that's always it seems like a challenge around here to do an acquisition. So I just like to get a better sense in terms of a timeline when we're going to move forward with that. And then if you can send us, some trade memo also that includes kind of the timeline of the acquisition when we project that we're closing, and then all the other steps, because similarly to the fire training facility, there's going to be design, CEQA, all that good stuff. So it's definitely going to be some time, but at least that the public knows that we are continuing to move forward with that, and that the council did support the investments for that to happen.
Absolutely, and I'll get you a timeline. And we do have plans for Fire Station 18, and so some of those plans can be reused for other fire stations too.
Perfect. And then just lastly, I want to make an announcement for folks in District 1 and then other folks that are in the city of Fresno that want to come to our all-accessible park, Inspiration Park, this Saturday. We are having our annual Fall Festival. It's because we pushed it out a little further out. It's Halloween theme. We're going to be giving out free pumpkins. We're raffling out bikes and having a number of goodies and resources for the community. So we invite folks to come visit us at Inspiration Park this Saturday in the afternoon. And we want to just thank everyone for partnering with us to provide a good time in a safe way to the children and families of west of the 99. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Councilwoman Soria. Councilwoman Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just two items. Number one, I did attend with Councilmember Soria the 100th anniversary of the Fig Garden Women's Club, which was a really nice event. I didn't realize how much history they have. If you go down Christmas Tree Lane, you always pass this nice building, but it turns out they do a lot of activity. In fact, they do a lot of charity work in Pinedale as well, and they've been doing that for a long time. So thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this wonderful event. And the other thing I'd like to mention is I really had a great meeting last Saturday. It meant so much to meet with Lilit Makuntz, who is the Armenian ambassador to the United States, and she was briefly in Fresno, and got to meet with her, and we gave a certificate on behalf of the city to her and welcoming her. Hope that she does come back. She's interested in working on the sister city relationship we have and enhancing that, and Council President Chavez and I are going to work on that as well, along with the mayor. And the last thing is, thank you again to the council. Thank you to the residents of Pinedale for showing up yesterday and voicing your concerns. The council did hear you, and I'm just very grateful that we actually had community input, and in the end, I think we did what was what the community asked for, and that's what we're here to do. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias?
My apologies, my council colleague was warming me up for my comments. I do recognize that our mayor enjoys positive affirmation, so kudos, Mayor. I want to say that publicly. I know yesterday we spent a few hours on cannabis, and although the council declined 4 out of 5, what I think was missing was that the council did approve 17 of those recommended by the city staff. So your batting average on cannabis applications is 800. So kudos to you and to staff. City manager, thank you to, yes, yeah. Yes. Anything to get, encampments to get cleaned up on a timely basis. So now we get to the good stuff. Chinatown has deteriorated further with the amount of garbage ever since we made the transition. So an update on the plan for Chinatown, an update for the plan on Tower District. I know you were working out the contract issues, the transition to city staff, but I drove by yesterday and there's just piles and piles of garbage everywhere. I know we're limited in being able to relocate people based on available beds, but at the very least we can go pick up the piles of garbage. That would be helpful. I did hear from the Chinatown business owners this week. They have a laundry list of concerns. For the public's knowledge, we are working with the administration on a facade program in Chinatown. They're finishing the design aspects of the streetscape improvements funded by TCC. So there will be a lot more improvements coming to Chinatown on infrastructure, facade improvements, but in the meantime, we just gotta keep working at keeping it as clean as possible so that they can do community events that get people out there. So just a reminder that that requires some attention. And then just last notice for the public, the COVID committee did receive the draft RFP for the American Rescue Funds that the administration put together. That has been sent out to community-based organizations. So we invite any community-based organization who wants to do specific activities and request part of our American Federal Rescue Funds to do that work, to please submit their RFP to the city staff. The proposed plan right now is for it to be evaluated by the city staff. We are still waiting for final rules from the federal government. So we will be very clear and have been very clear to the organizations that it's all going to be contingent on their proposed work being eligible under the federal rules. Just like our funding and our potential list of projects have to be eligible under the federal rules, the same would apply to the community-based organizations. Eventually, that will come to the COVID committee, and then it will come to the full council. And I anticipate that we'll receive 10 to 1 request compared to the amount of money that we have available. But at least there is some resources, additional resources going out to the community. So thank you to staff for putting that RFP together. And I invite all the CBOs to respond to make sure that we understand what is being requested out in the community with the American Federal Rescue Funds. Thank you all. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Maxwell.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Council President. I think probably one of the biggest things that has happened since our last council meeting, something I was really proud to be a part of, and that's going to be the installation of Wi-Fi on our fax buses along the BRT route. I think that deserves some recognition and some kudos to our mayor, city manager, director, Greg Barfield, Brian Barr, Joe Vargas, Brian Horn, for really listening to this council, especially the Transportation Subcommittee. We've been pushing this, I know, at least since I've been in office, and even long before that with some of my colleagues like Councilmember Soria. So I really appreciate you guys making that a priority. I know that's going to be really huge. For me, what I'm hoping for is an increase in our ridership, young professionals and students that want to catch up on work or homework, on the way to business, on the way to school, or back home. And so I think that's going to be really huge. It was a really quick and simple process. I was streaming Netflix in about 15 seconds. So I feel really confident that this is going to be a great thing for our fax riders. So thank you guys. Thank you to Mark Standriff. My office and Beautify Fresno teamed up for the Thomas Elementary Large Park neighborhood. We did a cleanup at Large Park and the surrounding alleys. You know, in a few hours, they were able to clean up 800 pounds of trash, which, you know, you drive by a place like that and it doesn't look filthy from the outside, but when you really get in there, it's quite astounding how much trash is built up over the years and decades. And so that was a really big event. I know it meant a lot to those neighbors who have to look at that in their alleyways when they wake up every single morning, or when they drive to work and they see that at their local park. It makes a huge difference for those families. We're keeping tradition in my office of honoring a different small business every month. Last month we did Metal Mark Gym. This month we're honoring Legends Comics. We had the opportunity to dress up as our favorite superheroes last week in my office and pay Derek and his family a visit. They're located next to the new Hobbytown location off of Barstow and Blackstone. They've operated there for 3 years. Before that, they were at Fashion Fair Mall. They're a recognized comic book store across this nation. They're able to pull in former TV actors and comic book stars from across the United States to their several locations throughout our community. They've been doing really good work for a long time, and I just wanted to make sure that they got a shout out, and really honored to have them as our October Business of the Month. And lastly, thank you to my office, my chief of staff, my deputy director, my district director, and my deputy district director, as well as my interns for helping put together the Fall Fest. We had this last Saturday at Vinland Park, as well as the Parks Department, and everyone who came out. We gave out over 60 pumpkins. We had a pumpkin decorating contest. We had a costume contest, and we easily had 60 to 100 people in attendance, able to serve lunch. We got to introduce the neighbors to each other, and this is the third event we've had at that park, and what we've noticed is the more events that we're holding at our local parks, less likely it is for folks to go and camp, set up a campsite. This was one of the parks that was really heavily affected with illegal camping before, during the COVID pandemic. And what we're finding is the more events and outreach that we do, we're seeing less and less of that. So we expect to continue that going forward. So thank you to everybody who made that possible. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Bradfeld.
Yeah, I want to commend the administration for all of the evaluations that you did on the dispensaries. I know that was not an easy task to do. It was not something I certainly would have wanted to have been a part of. How long did your staff work on that, Tommy?
So we, as you saw yesterday, that the the application period opened in December of 2020, and then we arrived in January 5th, and it's been every day since yesterday, and it'll be every day until, so we worked on that continuously. So it's been a 10-month journey, 11-month journey to this point to get to yesterday, and now we take those last few applicants through the CUP process and get them. Yeah. So it'll be a year from the time we started to the time we end, and people are, businesses are open. It's probably about a 13-month process.
Yeah, so you spent a year on that, and you set up a system that was objective, and I don't think anybody could have done something different where there wouldn't be some dispensary that somebody would object to. So, for me, it was a bit offensive for council members to criticize you and say you don't share our values of neighborhoods and all this other crap that was said yesterday. So I just want you to know that I appreciate it, because I know it was a difficult thing. And frankly, I still today don't understand how, one presentation made by the Artistry, which had artwork in their facility, which would have obviously been well received in the Tower District, was rejected. But a dispensary that has a name of Cookies and Lemonade, which clearly panders to young people, was accepted. But, hey, that's just me. I just don't quite get it. Although one of the, I guess, people said they proudly have all the numbers of the council members up here, except mine. So I want to move on and let people know that in my district, we're having a district meeting Tuesday, November 9th at Liberty Hill Elementary School, 1250 East Liberty Hill, 6 to 7:30. And of course, we're going to be discussing public safety and homelessness and animal shelter, the new animal shelter that's being built by the city of Fresno, and other important issues. We'll have city staff, police officers as well, and look forward to seeing all the constituents out there. So look forward to that, and thank you very much.
All right. Vice President Esparza.
Yes, this past Saturday, we had a wild turnout for trunk or treat over at the Manchester Center. So I want to thank our friends at the Manchester Center, and especially our friends over at the Central PD District, Captain Rob Beckwith and CSO Arlene Medina. Just put together a tremendous event. We must have had hundreds of family, maybe thousands of people, at least over 1,000 people. Very fun. Gave out candy apples and tons of candy, and kids danced. So that was very positive. Great to see that after effectively having Halloween canceled last year. So that was a great event over in D7, the heart of our district. In keeping with the spirit, was happy to join the school area team within our code division and doing a pumpkin giveaway just a couple days ago. Very exciting. We were out at Burroughs Elementary School, and so as kids were coming out of school, they were coming, with their parents, receiving resources, and taking a pumpkin home. So that was also great within the season. Going on to more business, the mayor and I joined the Fresno Mission last week to announce their project, City Center, up on the north side of my district on Dakota, just east of Blackstone. I want to thank the Fresno Mission for their vision, putting their best foot forward on this project, and then just being very gracious with the outreach to the residents in the area. There's been some outreach done already, and I want the residents to know that I've asked the mission to continue that outreach, and we'll go ahead and have an additional meeting to answer further questions as that project progresses. But we're excited to see what they produce, and we think that'll be ultimately an asset to the neighborhood there. Lastly, I did want to thank the council president and his office, as well as our clerk and the city attorney, for their aggressive efforts in helping to prepare me for the council presidency next year. So we have been preparing, having lots of meetings, diving into sort of the nuts and bolts beyond what goes on here just at the meeting. So at this point, I am declaring my intention to run for council president. to preside over the spaceship and lead the legislative branch of our great city here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Breaking news, shocking announcement, Councilmember Sparks.
Council President, I just have one comment. Really
Are you
quick.
his running mate?
No.
Is that what's going on?
Forgive it. I just want to point out for the record, because there's a lot of things that are said that are inaccurate on this dais. And just for an example, the 3 cannabis awardees in District 6, none of them share a fence line with residential neighbors. Not one of them. The 2 of them that were recommended in District 1, both of them share a fence line with residential neighbors. So the questions I got from my residents were, would the council, would the mayor, would the city staff allow an alcohol establishment, a gas station, a liquor store, or a cannabis place to share a fence line with their home? And if we wouldn't allow that for us, why would we allow that in their neighborhood? So it is, every district geographically is different. District 6 has a lot of large commercial spaces that don't result in them sharing a fence line with residents. So I'm not going to apologize for re-emphasizing that we should not be imposing this kind of business that shares a fence line with residential neighbors who have owned their homes for 50 years in that neighborhood. When the residents speak up and say, this isn't going to work for us, the traffic congestion, the impact, the people, everything, it's our responsibility to advocate for our residents. So I'm not going to apologize for advocating for my residents, and I don't have the privilege and the benefit of having large areas of commercial, geographic areas like D6. And I'm glad that the city found 3 locations in District 6 that don't immediately impact residential neighborhoods. That's good. And I'm glad that that was an easy approval. But we have a responsibility to assess each applicant on its own merits, and each applicant has a responsibility to convince their future neighbors that they're good for that neighborhood. And I stand by our decision and by the process. And I just want to be very crystal clear that not all of us have the benefit of having huge shopping centers that have buffers around residential neighborhoods.
Councilmember Bredefeld, you have your gasoline ready?
Yeah, I do. No, listen, I fully agree with what you said, Councilmember Arias, about being abutted against neighborhoods. I support that not happening, and clearly I'm opposed to these dispensaries to begin with, but I would have supported that anyway. What I objected to was...
Councilmember Bredefeld, I was just told by our city attorney that we're kind of getting into the weeds, no pun intended, of non-agendized item. So let's just keep the comments very. An offering of peace water.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just leave it alone then. First of all, I just want to say that I do agree and fully support exactly what you said. They shouldn't be there. What I objected to, and I don't think we're getting into the weeds when I say the administration was heavily criticized with some words that I thought were not fair in terms of they don't share the values of neighborhoods and things of that sort. That, to me, was completely out of line, and that's what I was addressing.
Well, point taken. I think you were all very blunt with your comments. No pun intended. All right, Mayor, actually, let me just, as I always go last, on the continuation of thank you, Mayor, I just want to thank you for that cleanup that we did in Southeast Fresno, Clovis, and Kings Canyon. I still get a number of texts and messages from residents out there, and we got to figure out a way of how do we actually add to that operation. And I want to publicly thank Tommy, your team, Mark Standriff, Jaime out there. They did an amazing job. They always do. And I'm extremely supportive of those efforts, and I think we need to look at ways of expanding that with our conversation about the budget coming up for next year, because I think that's exactly what our residents want and need and deserve. The cleanups, I think, are going to be very important this upcoming year as we work towards housing, every single individual that's out there. We know that they're out there in the street. It's tough for them to dispose of their own trash, and that's going to be a big component of the work we do. But I just wanted to thank your team, and I think Mark Sanders, the original Mr. Clean, And the mayor is the second Mr. Clean. So thank you for that, Mayor. Look forward to doing a couple more of those. With that, Mayor, do you have any comments or reports?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Council President. My day is really complete. I had Councilmember Soria and Arias both compliment me and my administration, and Councilmember Bredefield defended my administration. So, I'm gonna call it good. But I did want to say thank you to Councilmember Soria for a couple of things. Number one, not only bringing up the issue of Palm and Dakota with the homeless, but also I got to spend a couple hours with her driving the district and having lunch and talking about some of the district needs, and I will be doing that with each of the council districts in the coming weeks because I think it is important to hear directly from all of you in terms of what's the most pressing matters in your district, since you are the closest ones to those district needs. And so I'm going to be tying that into the ARPA meetings that we have, the American Rescue Plan, to go over the funding with each of you, and I think I'll be able to finish that up on Monday, a meeting with 2 or 3 council members Monday. So I look forward to that and getting your input so we can, when we come forth to the council with the American Rescue Plan, that we will have some consensus in terms of how the $85 million is going to be allocated and spent. In terms of Palm and Dakota, there were 30 people that were out on that canal bank. 18 of them relocated to motels and various shelters. Some of them were not there the day yesterday when we went out, and I did go out on that relocation effort, and it was in much need, dire need of relocation and cleanup. Unfortunately, we will not be able to take in the heavy equipment to clean up the canal bank until Friday and Monday because of the heavy rain this last week, and Fresno Irrigation District was concerned about the integrity of that canal bank. So be doing that on Friday and Monday, and say thank you to H and the Poverello House, Sarah Marhadi, and others who were out there yesterday. In terms of Home Key $2, we know those are coming forward very quickly. We have a housing subcommittee meeting that's going to occur on November 2nd with the city manager, myself, and will be, and I believe that's Councilmember Arias, Bredefield, and Soria, and we'll be talking about how we move forward with those home key dollars and designing a plan that we can apply for. I did have the opportunity, along with the city manager this last Saturday, to take part in building some prefab tiny homes, or what they refer to as pocket tier homes. I'd love to have council go over to this location over on Santa Clara where they build these. I do think that it's going to be a big part of what we do going forward in terms of housing folks in a manner that is cost effective, but they are tiny homes that can be merged upwards of about just under 500 square feet, depending on the design. And so I look forward to meeting with council on that. And then lastly, although I will not be able to be there, but Mark Standriff is putting on a Bootify community cleanup Saturday and tying it in with Halloween, and it's at 1279 North Wishon, and that will be from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And I understand people are going to be wearing some Halloween costumes as they go out and clean up the neighborhood. So thank you to all of the council for communicating. My commitment to you all is to increase that communication in the coming months to learn more about your needs. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, do you have any reports or comments?
Yeah, comments and reports real quick. So on the, one of the things we've been communicating about on the Beautify Fresno is the equipment acquisition. So the claws have arrived. Those are the things that pick up the stuff. So those have arrived. We're retrofitting them, getting ready for service. We're still waiting for the rear loaders, but those should be here this month. So, and we got the bodies. So now we got the bodies, we got the equipment. Now we can go a little bit heavier on, we're doing the Beautify Fresno program because we've got those resources. So thanks, council, for approving it. Thanks to Brian Barr for just pounding it to get them in here. So that's one of the updates. I did want to just keep talking about cannabis, but I do want to thank Councilmember Bredefield for the words of recognition for Jennifer Reese and her work, and I want to thank Councilmember Arias for communicating with her directly as well about the performance of her. So as much as I appreciate you acknowledging the administration, it's really been Jennifer Reese who's just been knocking that thing out. She's been doing great. Related to that, I do recognize as we've gone through this cannabis program, we picked it up in January, we got the ordinance, and we started working our way through it. I want to thank the city attorney for being there every step of the way to just kind of, watch as we did that process. But I do think that there is room for now, as we get through this process, to see how do we want to adjust the ordinance now that we've used it once. What are those adjustments we need to make to recognize some of those things that Councilmember Arias identified, Councilmember Bredefeld identified, because everything can be improved, and I think there's some room for improvement there. So we look forward to working with you guys on that. And then on the Chinatown, just real quick, so the neighborhood, the contract expired, and so we have staff is been directed, and they are doing it, starting to go through Chinatown every day in the morning to pick up all the trash. But the homeless one is the one where we got to work around those individuals. So we are 5 days a week going through that process to get that cleaned up, and we'll get the RFP out so that we can enhance and expand that service in the Chinatown area. And yeah, and then the neighborhood industries contract is coming to you guys next week, so we can get that tower program up and running. It's a combination of cleaning the streets along Olive Avenue and then getting into the alleys there. Alleys seem to be a place, I think, as you recognize, Councilmember Maxwell, alleys are a place people like. In fact, I think, I don't know if you were there when it happened, but we actually, code enforcement, thank you very much, actually caught an individual trying to illegal dump in the alley while we were trying to clean it up, and sent them along their way and said, this is not acceptable. It was a pretty crazy thing for our folks to do that. So thanks to you for helping to coordinate that. That was a good effort. And I think that's my update. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, City Manager. I will now go on to consent calendar and unscheduled communication. Before we do that, I'm going to take public comment on consent, closed session, and unscheduled. City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up to speak for public comment?
Yes, we do. We have Lisa Flores, followed by Courtney McClin.
All right, Ms. Flores, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council President. And if I begin one more time as the first public speaker, I think that you've earned a 12-pack of tamales from me.
We'll take it.
There are three things I want to bring up.
We'll take it.
The first thing is the trees and roading. Every time there's a big storm, I go and I drive the park, and I take pictures of the dead trees. And they're increasing in number, and I'm very concerned. And I'm also very concerned about Chaffee Zoo's obligation to the trees that they took over in their expansion, because I've seen at least 6 dead trees from my side of the fence looking into Chaffee, and I'm very concerned. I'm also very concerned for the fire danger, which leads me into the second issue that I have that I know you're probably not going to talk about today, but you're going to be coming up on the funding for parks and public works. It's great that they're going to have a forestry supervisor, but what they really need and what the city desperately needs is at least 1 or 2 arborists, trained arborists, to look at the health and the welfare of the trees and how to save them versus letting them grow old and die and dry out and become hazards. You need an arborist desperately. And the third thing I want to bring up is I want to thank Esmeralda Soria and Miguel Arias for listening to my comments yesterday. There were some people in the dispensary community that were rejected yesterday that said that no one in the community complained about their facility. Well, I did. My primary issue was traffic, parking, and saturation points within my community of the tower. You can't have 4 within this small of a community. And I have to agree with Miguel's comments earlier today. You know, would you want a dispensary abutting your house? Probably not. You know, I'm looking forward to the one that is going to be in the tower. Don't like it's going to be yellow, but, you know, that's the aesthetic decision that will be part probably of their conditional use permit. But I want to thank my city council folks in District 1 and District 3 for actively listening to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Now we will go on to Ms. Courtney McClellan. Ms. McClellan, if you could unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes. Did we lose Ms. McClellan? She's still on?
Yes, you'll have to unmute yourself, Courtney.
If you could unmute yourself and turn the volume up, please.
Courtney.
Nothing? All right, let's go on to Mr. Robert McCloskey. Mr. McCloskey, if you could unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, council members, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring up, I wanted to ask a question because I played last month's tape over and over, the meeting of October 14th, to make sure I was hearing correctly. And each time I heard Mr. Miguel Arias, Councilmember Arias, say, when the mayor talked about future funding for housing, Mr. Arias suddenly exclaimed, "Why are we waiting? We're sitting on $75 million. Those were his exact words, as far as I can tell, and I have pretty good hearing. So is there $75 million sitting in the bank that could be used for housing and homeless services? That's a question. I think that we have to think about, I do appreciate the mayor's efforts to look into the tiny homes. I think that's a very effective way to house more people. Obviously, we need to build housing that accommodate a lot more people because, you know, all reports are there's going to be more homelessness and up to 4,000 people are not unhoused. Some of them are couch surfing. Many are on the edge these days. I just wanted to say that water and sanitation are human rights under international law and California Assembly Bill 685, which is not currently being enforced. It requires access to water and sanitation for every resident of the state of California, whether they are homeless or not. Right now, as a result, unhoused residents have less access to water and toilets than is required by international law. I know the city brought up in July they're gonna provide sanitation and toilets and these mobile showers. I know the city was considering spending some $260,000 on that to get those showers going. That's another question. What is the status of the city's promise to get out there and do what is necessary to provide potable water, toilets, hand washing stations, and showers at all encampments? Of course, building alternative housing is a solution to providing sanitation. In the interim, supported safe caps and the provision of water and sanitation are the minimum the city and county should do at this time. And it's time for everybody in the community to stand up for basic human needs and basic human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey. Next up is Ms. Ivanka Saunders. Ms. Saunders, if you could unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Ivanka Saunders. I am a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, as well as a resident of District 3. I would like to thank Councilmember Arias for item 1T for the speed bump pilot program. And for the resolution, I hope that you all will approve the resolution for rescinding the 2006 ban on speed bumps. As an advocate and organizer for the community, this is a major concern. There are so many parents that have reported to me the fear of lack of safety for their children walking to and from school. As a resident, I have personally in the last year and a half had to experience being the first on scene of a 5-year-old being hit by a car that was speeding. Luckily, no long-term damage was happened, and it was about a 2-week stay in a hospital for that little girl. I have also had to be on the first scene of another child resident of my neighborhood witnessed his dog being hit, ran over, and the person continuing to speed away. Both of those incidents could have been prevented had there been speed bumps, creating people to go the normal speed of 25 miles an hour if they are set out in the right amount of space. So please, council members, support this resolution and this pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Anthony Molina. Mr. Molina, if you could unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm Anthony Molina. I'm chair of the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition, and I would like to echo Ivanka Saunders' comments regarding rescinding the speed bump resolution. I want to thank Councilmember Arias and all of the council members for their support of pedestrian and bicycle safety in the city of Fresno. I think we're all aware that Fresno has a speed problem, and certainly speed humps, speed tables are a tool in the armamentarium that allows traffic engineers to control speed, which is a major factor for pedestrians and bicyclists. And traffic calming, is designing the street to allow safe biking and walking in the city of Fresno. Certainly something I think we all want. So I would urge you all to support this, and I want to thank you all for supporting.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Next up is Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Brandy, if you could unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm going to have actually pass this on to Courtney because I wasn't sure if she'd be able to get back on. So I know that she was having trouble getting on, so I'm going to give her my phone. Here you go.
Hi, guys. This is Courtney McClellan. I am one of the people that were on the canal at Palm and Dakota. Yes, we did get a room. One of the problems that I wanted to bring up is the fact that we were told over at Golden State Triage Center that we couldn't even have ice in our room. We have to go buy a cup of ice anytime we wanted ice from the liquor store. That costs a little too much, and a lot of people don't have that money, and I need the ice. Two, we're trying to get all of our stuff together. We actually have paid storage, and we keep getting rushed, and we're trying to. Last night, while we were here trying to get our stuff together, we had multiple people going to other people's encampments and just stealing all kinds of stuff. We had them 4 different times try to do it to ours, so it kept stopping us from getting all of our stuff together so we could take it to our storage. So now we're being rushed again, and it's causing my anxiety to go up again to that point where I want to just crash and shut down because we're trying to get it done, but we keep getting stopped and asked questions while we're trying to get it done. Like I said, I have a paid storage. We're trying to get all of our stuff there, but yesterday we kept getting pushed around, and to the point where it got too late to go to storage, take anything, and then it's just a bunch of crap, and this is just plain harassment. Yeah, we understand they have a job to do, but we do too when we're trying to do it. But when you have people trying to come steal your stuff while you're trying to set it up to get it out of here, it's kind of hard every time. I mean, that's why people are just shutting down. This is not right at all for this. When people are still trying to steal everything, even when people are still here in their spots.
I know that you are in the shelter, but you're coming back to visit your staff.
Oh, and another thing. When they were out here yesterday, a picture was taken of my husband without his acknowledgement and posted on the City of Fresno's website without his permission. So when we saw that this morning, that kind of pissed him off because he didn't know anybody took his picture, nor did he know he was going to be posted on your website. That's kind of feels violated on that behalf because to him, it's honestly that really just this morning was a fun thing to deal with.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next up, we're going to have Ms. Des Martinez. Ms. Martinez, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello, and thank you for having me on today. First of all, I would like to address
I'm trying to figure out why Bredefield was even allowed to speak at the proclamation this morning when just last month our city council was very upset because he is an abusive supporter. He supports domestic violence abusers. So I was very hurt this morning that he was even allowed to speak on behalf of any of this proclamation this morning. I'm very, very hurt and upset by that. It was allowed by our city council members. Somebody should have advocated and spoke up. Other than that, Dyer is saying that we have 30 beds, that we had 30 people signed up. Then I would like to know, then why can't they have taken the walk-ups? They only had 18 people. I count about 15, but he says, let's go with his 18. When people walked up because they heard people were getting sheltered, if they had 30 beds put aside because 30 people were signed up, then why couldn't those other individuals that walked up, either rode their bike or whatever, to get to that location, how come they were not allowed to go in? These are low barrier shelters. They're supposed to be walk up and they're not. Do you know what it's like, that it feels like to go to a shelter and ask for shelter and only to be told to go to maps? Then you go all the way to maps and they don't even know what you're talking about. Then you hear about somebody getting shelter from a camp. So you ride your bike, take the bus, or you walk, you sit for 3 hours only to be told you're not on the list. This happened yesterday with one of our street family members, Dublin. He sat there for 3 hours hoping he was going to get to go. They told him he was not on the list. You had 30 people signed up, 18 took it. There's no reason at all. Our city could not have sheltered the other individuals that had walked up. People eventually give up when this happens to them. And some of those people that you guys denied yesterday because they weren't on the list were on Project Off-Ramp on 41 and Shaw that were not taking then at that time. So they've been waiting that long. We need to know, the public needs to know, you guys, where do people go to sign up for these shelters? They go to the shelters, they're told to go to MAPS. MAPS said that that's not where you go to sign up for the shelters. We need one phone number, one contact, please, of who I can give the information to the street families so they don't have to run around, walk all over from Parkway to MAPS down at the Paparello house just to be told they're not going to get in because that's not where you sign up. Where do they sign up? That's all I need. Information, direct information to give to the street family members so they know where they can sign up. Is our low barrier shelters walk up or not? I would love that answer. Are you supposed to be able to walk up and seek shelter if there's a bed available, or are you supposed to go somewhere up and sign up? There's a huge confusion out here. People are getting frustrated and they're giving up and they want to stay in their tents because they don't have to go through this anxiety of being placed into a shelter or trying to find shelter. Speed bumps, really quick. Sorry, speed bumps. You guys are talking about them. Great, love them. We need them on the west side, especially District 3. But because the city of Fresno, HSPs is allowing the individuals to stay on H Street, we've had people almost hit numerously on a nightly. They've put up blocks at night because it's so dark. There's no street lights. So people speed by there. Try to intentionally.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
If they don't put speed bumps, somebody's going to get killed.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. All right, that concludes our public comment portion. That was our last speaker. I'll close that off now, bring it back to the dais. If I could get a motion to approve the balance of the consent.
Motion.
Motion by Councilmember Kurbasi, seconded by Councilwoman Soria. And for the benefit of the public, items 1C, D, F, K, N, R, and T were pulled to contested consent. With that, is there any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to contested consent. Oh, Councilmember Kurbasi.
Yeah, I'm going to break my own rule, which I really shouldn't, regarding not commenting after public comment, but I have to say something. I think it's important to restore decency to this council. There were some comments made about my colleague. Gary and I may disagree from time to time on things. We may have different policy disagreements, but he has always been an ardent supporter of the Marjorie Mason Center. The Gary Bredefeld I know, even though we have that disagreement between us, he is a person who is a person of integrity, who is consistent in his support against those issues. It's unfortunate that in a very private matter, serious matter, became public. That's the way it went. But I think that we need to get back on track here. And again, he's a decent person, and I think that statement was totally inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of getting back on track, let's get back on track to handling the people's. Oh, Councilmember Bradfield.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate that, Councilmember Carbasi. I normally don't respond to ignorant comments like Des Martinez did. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She shoots off her mouth like she just did here and doesn't know anything about the facts, and she ought to know. The other thing that I want to know is she has an illegal encampment. Are we still allowing the illegal encampment to continue, and if so, why? So I'm asking Tom.
All right. City Attorney, it's not an agendized item. I mean, this is reports and comments. Now it's getting into consent. I don't want to get into the minutia. Is that a legit question, I guess? Is that that we can discuss or not?
It's a legit question.
I would say it's okay to answer that
All
question,
right.
but I would
City
not
Manager?
engage in back and forth.
City Manager, could you answer that question so we can move on and get to the people's business?
So there are a number of camps around the area. The one that we were understanding that Ms. Martinez had was on state property. The state has removed her from that property, so that is no longer an active camp.
So she's not running any kind of...
Not on that state property. That's where she was.
Oh,
She may
it's
be
on
doing something.
state.
She was on state property prior. Those are
The
the
state
comments.
is allowing her to have...
They are no longer allowing her to be there.
Is she there with the encampment?
No.
No. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to contested consent. It is now 10:45.
Council President, I just think that that's inappropriate. If someone now is criticizing you and now because a response to their criticism, now you're like trying to go after them, that's kind of, I understand asking the question, but like, just think about it, how it looks. It looks like someone now is criticizing you, so because they're criticizing you, now you're gonna go personally after them. I don't think that that's appropriate, and I don't think that that is statesman-like to do. Someone is criticizing. We are always going to be criticized for our actions. We are public officials, and I think that it's completely inappropriate that right after someone criticizes you, that you go after them.
Which is probably why we shouldn't be responding to allegations or anything that anybody calls in, because it just feeds into this cycle of going back and forth, and it distracts us from doing the people's business, which is what we're here to supposed to be
We're
doing.
going to do the people's business. I'm going to just respond. We're going to do the people's business, but that question I asked is a question I've asked probably 5 times before, and I ask it because she comes up and brings it up, and it reminded me that we still have her running an illegal encampment, but apparently not, and that's a good question. My other comment about her being ignorant, she is fully ignorant on many issues, but she's certainly ignorant when she talks about me. She wants to attack me. I'm going to address
Point of
it.
order. The member of the public is not on the agenda, and we should not be discussing her whereabouts or anything related to that individual. She's not on the agenda. It should not
We
be
shouldn't be discussing or responding to any attacks or allegations. We get them all the time, and this is exactly what happens. That it spirals out of control, and we look like a bunch of clowns. And I'm sorry to say that, but it's a very embarrassing moment right now for the city council. So if we could just please move on to the people's business.
I wish she would have said that a couple weeks ago when we had that big old ordeal.
All right, I'm going to move on now to item 1C. That was actually pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Council President, the city manager addressed my question, so I would make a motion to approve the item.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias. Do I have a second?
Second that, Council President.
Second by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 1C is in contested consent. All right, motion was made. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, next item is 1D. I believe this item was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Director Carbajal. Can you please explain to me and my colleagues, I see that we did have one bid for this product, and we turned them down, and we're requesting that council approve we award this contract to somebody that didn't even bid for it. Can you explain why we're doing that? Isn't the whole point of the bidding process that we don't conduct business in this way?
Yeah, so we have had a very challenging time with the competitive bidding process for carbon dioxide, which is a necessary chemical that's needed for the operation of our surface water treatment facilities. And so we have been through at least 2 competitive bid processes. We have looked at cooperative agreements, so a piggyback contract. In all cases, we have run into challenges with the insurance and indemnity language. And so at this time, We are making a recommendation that we do reject the bid with Air Liquide. One, the price is $270 a ton. That's significantly higher than the $200 a ton that we are currently paying. And in addition to that, they took exceptions again to the insurance language. And so we've worked extensively with the city attorney's office, risk management, as well as the purchasing manager to try to resolve these issues. And at this point in time, we are in a situation where we do need to move forward with a contract. And so the contract that we've negotiated with Airgas is for $135 a ton. So that's about a 32% savings of what we're currently paying. And it's also in alignment with a bid that we accepted back in 2016.
But my question is, why didn't they bid? If they wanted this contract, why didn't they work on producing a model on a rate that the city would find acceptable?
I think, there are a limited number of vendors, and through the process, they have bid. They did not bid most recently. We've reached out to them. We've encouraged them to bid. We don't have a good explanation as to why they haven't, other than we've had these ongoing challenges with the insurance and indemnity. So that's why we're making the recommendation to move forward with
I think the cost savings are, phenomenal. I mean, what I'm seeing is significantly lower than what came in through that bid. I could understand that, but I guess just my question to the city manager, I mean, under what scenarios are we able to reject bids and give it to someone we're able to work out a better deal with on the side?
Yeah, under those circumstances such as this, where it's a public health and safety item, that's what this carbon dioxide that we needed to run the water plants. Okay, so that's a public health and safety risk that we need to manage. In consultation with the purchasing city attorney, we figured out a way that we can navigate this to go ahead and negotiate that with this vendor, Airgas, to get this price. I'd like to tell you, it's a normal thing, a routine. We're in a very unusual time right now with chlorine and carbon dioxide in the water treatment industry. This is not unusual to us. This is happening. Orlando Public Utilities, DC Water, they're all figuring out, getting these vendors are in a position that they can have these discussions with us, and I credit to the city attorney and Mike for finding a way to get $135 a ton when we're paying $270.
How often do we go out to bid for liquefied CO2?
The requirements contracts are typically 3 to 5 year contracts.
And pre-COVID, was this something that we would often receive multiple bids on, or is this a familiar issue with this product directly?
Right, normally we would receive more than one bid, and we would have very consistent pricing over time.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Can I address the
All
question?
right, Councilmember Arias and then Councilmember Bredefeld.
I'm just trying to understand this. So am I understanding that this is our current contractor, they refused to submit a bid, so instead, you're recommending that we just negotiate a deal directly with them?
Right, so we are currently making purchases through an urgent necessity resolution right now at $200 per ton. So what we're asking is that we approve a new contract with Airgas at a negotiated amount of $135 per ton for the next, is it 3 years? 5 years? 3 years. 3 years. So we're just establishing that price going forward for 3 years.
But we put out a bid process. They declined to respond to the bid. Instead, they're forcing our hand to just directly negotiate with them.
That's the process that we are moving forward with, right? So and that's the process we're currently using right now to maintain delivery so that the treatment plants remain
And I fully understand that as professional staff, your job is to make sure that that plant runs every day. And, this is a required chemical for that daily operation. It's a health and safety issue, but from the public policy side, I can't support this because I'm uncomfortable with somebody intentionally bypassing a public bid process, taking advantage of the fact that we need the resource and just choosing to directly negotiate, which is contradictory to public bidding law and the intent of it. So, but I understand you guys are in a tough situation.
Yeah, this industry has figured it out. They've got something. We got to have this.
Yeah, I understand, but from my perspective, it's completely counter to the public bid,
we would agree.
Spirit and the law, and we're forced to do it. But I'm just not going to support this at this time.
We understand.
Director, quick question for you. So what happens if we don't purchase this?
So we are currently making purchases, emergency purchases. We do have a threshold that once we exceed, we will no longer be able to make purchases, and at that point, we will not be able to operate our surface water treatment facilities.
Councilmember Maxwell, you made a motion. Did you make a second, Councilmember Arias? No? I'll make the second on that. Any opposition? Councilmember Arias, oppose? Motion passes. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Item 1, we are now at item 1F. And that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, it's a smart meter response. Thank you for the responses to this. Just for the general public, this item essentially is going to allow for us to use recycled water in Finkwine Park. And my question to the city manager earlier, and I'll ask him today publicly again, is we're currently utilizing recycled water at Roding Park. This would be the first neighborhood park to use recycled water. I really believe that the city needs to, in a very public and significant way, demonstrate that recycled water can be used for any part of the city. I know that we currently are limited to the infrastructure being in West Fresno, but I'd like to know what your commitment is to use recycled water for Chichanti Stadium, as that's a venue that everyone across the region utilizes, and it'd be a perfect showcase to demonstrate that recycled water is safe, it's the way to go, and that if we're willing to use it in such a significant area, then it should be embraced by other neighborhoods.
Thank you for asking. So we are, as we discussed, we are committed, and the Grizzlies are committed to having recycled water at the baseball stadium as a feature point, because they're trying to, if you think about it, they've got the solar panels to reduce their energy footprint. They want to do the recycled water to reduce their water footprint. So they're all in about doing it. And for them, it's a timing of when they go ahead and move for the turf replacement. And so when they do the turf replacement, we'll tear the turf off. The irrigation system will be exposed, and then we'll be able, because the challenge, and we had this challenge at Roding Park. Bud Tickle was there. You're going to have to separate the potable water system from the recycled water system, and that just takes some exercise. So the best time to do that is when we tear up that turf. We have all access to all the piping and irrigation, and the Grizzlies are committed to it. Mike's committed to it. He's got a 24-inch recycled water line right there on 8th Street at the stadium, plug and play. So that's
Perfect.
our plan.
So the next time we see a brand new turf at Chichanti Stadium, it will be irrigated by recycled water?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it, but I do have some questions, Director. Some of this was explained to my chief, but if you could elaborate, if we were to successfully receive this grant, we would then have to match it, come out to about $600,000 total. Obviously, that's not enough to lay all the pipe foundation, but is it my understanding correct that infrastructure is already in place to all the locations proposed under this item? Finkwine Park, Fulton Mall, Fresno City Hall?
Right, so the recycled water system, so that's the distribution system that's out predominantly within the street right-of-way. So these sites were selected because they are in close proximity to or adjacent to those facilities. This funding here is to conduct a retrofit on the property itself so that we can permit it for recycled water delivery. So there's a process there, as Tommy was explaining, where you've got to conduct cross-connection studies, you've got to separate drinking water facilities from irrigation systems. There may be some trenching, some pipes that do need to be installed, swapping out sprinkler heads, putting up signage, mitigating any water ponding issues on the site. And so this is funding that would make those improvements on the property.
Remind me how far north the recycled water infrastructure goes, Director?
So in the Cornelia Avenue alignment, right now we have recycled water facilities that extend up to Shields Avenue, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, motion was made and seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Next up, item 1K, and I believe it's pulled by Councilmember Maxwell. K?
No, no one pulled
No?
Who am I directing questions to? Is it
1K.
Jennifer Reese? Hey, good morning. How are you? Forgive me if this has been explained
Good morning.
before, but if you could just educate me, for our social equity applicants, are they still expected to pay the same fees according to this master fee schedule you're asking us to approve as a regular business that maybe has, 20 locations in West Hollywood and Pasadena and has had opportunity to make millions of dollars up until this point? Because this is a pretty steep fee.
For social equity applicants, their application fee was waived. They are still expected to pay the permit fee and the renewal fee. However, we do have the state cannabis equity grant, and we are making grant funds available to qualified social equity applicants to assist in paying those fees.
Would that cover the entire amount?
So they get a grant of $33,000 if they're a qualified equity applicant. So it would cover the permit fee. It's meant to help them with the permit fee, the CUP fees, and their state license fees. Those fees altogether are slightly more than that, but it does cover a majority.
The cannabis permit is $18,000, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And do they have to pay for that every year?
They pay the permit fee one time, and then they pay the renewal fee each year.
And how much is that, Jennifer?
The renewal fee is $18,346.
Okay, so it's about the same amount as the initial fee.
Yes.
I think, for me, that's kind of difficult. A lot of these social equity folks, I think, probably don't have that kind of capital to continuously pay for this fee every single year. I think that, was it $33,000 that they're eligible up to with the social equity grant? Is that right?
With the state grant, yes, they have $33,000 in the form of a grant, and they have up to $75,000 in the form of a no-interest loan that they can take advantage of. And then an ongoing basis, we do have the Social Equity Assistance Program. So in the application procedures for the standard applicants, many of the businesses that applied through the standard process proposed to support the social equity program through a social equity fund created by the city, which may make funds available in the future if the social equity applicants are struggling to pay that renewal fee on an annual basis. The plan is to have additional funding in the future.
Would you repeat that last sentence you just said about if they have difficulty paying?
If the social equity applicants have difficulty paying in the future, there will be future funds available to assist with grants and loans for social equity programs through the Equity Assistance Fund.
I have some issues with this just because I would like to see some kind of model where maybe for a year or two, they have a little bit of assistance to get their foot in the door before we start charging them the same amount as we're charging people that have 20 locations across California and have been there for years and years and have years of revenue behind them. I would like to continue this to next week's council meeting so I have some time to talk to the administration about that possibility.
Want to make a motion,
I'll make a
Councilwoman?
motion to that effect.
All right, motion made second to continue it.
And
Any
it's not like,
opposition?
I apologize, it's not like something we don't do now. For example, on the utility, if you are a qualified resident who has an income challenges or fixed income, low income, we offer them a discount on their fees. So if the council has an interest in looking at, is there a two-tier regular social equity, we would just have to do the math though, because it's going to cost what it costs. So basically we're going to put more on the standard apps, less on the regular apps, and we can just make the numbers. But as Jennifer indicated, there's money in our accounts that we can make available to them to apply for and use to pay some of these fees every year.
Well, if we could have a meeting, City Manager, maybe we could have a couple of the Cannabis Committee folks in there as well to provide some of their insight. I'd appreciate that.
Let's do that.
Can we do that, though?
I don't
Because
think
of
we
Brown
can.
Act violation. So maybe just having that meeting with Councilmember Maxwell to address this question, so we don't.
We could have 3 council members in that meeting.
No.
It would just be a couple members of the committee to provide insight.
Council President.
City Attorney,
If I may.
is that allowed? I want to, hold on, Councilmember. I want to make sure that we're clear on what's allowed and what's not allowed.
The subcommittee has 3 council members on it.
Correct.
So we could not have a 4th council member in that meeting.
So what I'm suggesting is I will step off, that's fine, and Councilmember Maxwell can be included in this discussion, then it comes to council, or one of the committee members can step aside?
That would be fine as long as it's not
Oh, you think it's
the
a sewer-
cannabis subcommittee meeting.
Right.
Like,
This
that's
is a
not
separate item you want to bring back as a council member, correct?
Yeah, I think you should do it as a separate item, Councilmember Maxwell, instead of it just being a subcommittee. Councilmember Arias?
If I may just suggest something, I heard the city manager is going to reassess potential changes to the ordinance. So if this isn't time sensitive, if you can just do that as part of that process, because I think the fees are basically set. Everybody already paid of the 21 kind of license holders. Pretty much is done, isn't it?
Excuse me,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
We will need them to pay the permit fee before their final permit is issued. The renewal fee, of course, won't be for a year, but the permit fee is the one that they would need to pay before they're issued their final permit, right before they can open,
Okay,
basically.
so I will default to city manager and Jennifer on the timing.
I'm sorry, I think what's happening, if it's okay, Miguel, I think what's happening is Councilmember Maxwell's potentially thinking of a policy change. I'm interested in that policy change. So what do you want to do, Councilmember?
What
Do you wanna-
what is the proposed ordinance language Councilmember Arias is referring to, City Manager?
So as we indicated earlier, as we've gone through it, as Jennifer and I and the city attorney have gone through the existing ordinance, we've just identified some, it'd be nice if we could fix this, change this, but we're in the middle of the process. So now that once we issue all the licenses, what we'd like to do is call a timeout, work with you guys on, hey, how do we want to update this ordinance? Maybe there is a residential property boundary condition we want to start looking at. Maybe there's some other factors we want to look at.
You planning on bringing forward December?
No, because we won't need to, the only time we'll have to use that is when we go back out for applications, and we're probably, in a perfect world, we're years out from having to issue new applications, but we want to get that ordinance ready, so, kind of like when we did the card room license, we're like, man, we haven't used that in 30 years, we haven't touched it, and then we get into it, and we're like, hey, we should have did something
Well,
different.
is that timeline that you're referring to consistent with the deadline that you're trying to get these
No,
permits?
so
paid
here's what I
for?
would suggest,
Okay.
Councilmember Maxwell, is, as Jennifer had indicated, there is money available to these applicants to get their initial year of permit fees paid. And then they won't have to pay these for another year. So between now and that year, we can do this cost analysis on the master fee schedule to understand how might we want to tier those or do something different. So that we have plenty of time for. The other ordinance changes we want to make to how we want people to apply, what the conditions, that'll be a little bit longer lead item.
Well, let's go ahead and just either table this for now or continue it so we could at least talk, and perhaps we bring it forward next week as is, or perhaps we come up with a policy change that we could try to get it done in a way that fits with your timeline.
Okay.
All right, the motion was made to continue, and it got a second. Any opposition? All right, motion, item is continued. Let's go to item one.
Councilmember
And
Chavez, who was the second? I did not get the second.
it was Councilmember Maxwell and Councilmember Carbasi.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, item 1N, I believe it was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
This is more of a question for the attorneys and for the city manager. So, Police Chief, I think I'm going to save you from this one. It's just a technical question. As you know, we're in the middle of negotiating a labor agreement with all our labor partners, and some of those agreements may potentially have salary adjustments and cost adjustments, compensation. Does this contract with Fresno State and all the other contracts we have with contracted policing, does it include language that once we make adjustments to the compensation cost of officers, that then would change the amount and we would recapture that amount when we contract out police?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can address that. So it's a very good question because over the years, time and a half, contract policing, I believe, is time and a half D-step. And so those adjustments are made. In this instance, what happens is you negotiate a cap, that we can bill against. The reality is I don't even know that we're going to reach this cap because we haven't been able to in the years past. But the same holds true of the fair. But yes, the answer is once salaries are adjusted, then adjusts the overall master fee for what we're charging folks. So it occurs after the fact.
So we're going to recapture every dollar that we're having to pay out for increased costs of officers.
The pass-through dollars plus the administrative fee, correct?
Okay, that's my question. But that'll make a motion to approve.
Quick question, Mayor, and I'll second. There's been some locations in my district, we've had issues getting contract police officers. Fashion Fair Mall comes to mind. When we have something like this, is it essentially for I think this is for 2 years. Would it just constantly be competing with these other places that are on the market for officers to have the option to do some, overtime patrolling, or how does that work?
Council member, they are in competition. Basically, contract policing is contract policing, so we have all these contracts throughout the city, and officers can bid for the job that they want to work. Now, this one in particular is actually a 3-year contract, and currently we're operating without a contract because it expired in June of 2020, but since there was no organized Fresno State events, there's no need for a contract. So all we're trying to do is renew this. We're providing the service already. It's approximately 20 police officers for football games. In a given season, it's 5 to 6 home games, and then whatever special events they have at the Save March Center, which is approximately 6 or 7 large-scale events. Could be a concert, could be a monster truck show, and those range from 2 to 5 police officers, depending on the event.
Since we had our budget discussions this past June, Chief, has your department had the opportunity to discuss ways to incentivize or make certain contracts more lucrative in order to pull officers to places that might not be as convenient to patrol on a day off, but maybe more needed?
That's something that we have looked at. At this point in time, we can't, make them work a contract as opposed to another one. Obviously, there's some that are more of a public safety issue. For example, we had a large concert at Chachansee Park where we did not have enough police officers there. So we had to supplement that with police officers off the street. So that's a scenario where if things go bad, it's a public safety issue. It's a big public safety issue. You compare that to a store at the mall where if there's not a police officer, well, yeah, they like to have one, but it's not really a public safety issue. So that's something that we have to weigh in. I think when the Fresno Police Department is properly staffed, this problem's going to go away because there's going to be more police officers. They're not working as much overtime. They do want to jump on some of these contracts on their days off so they can make extra Christmas money or whatever else. So once we're properly staffed, this issue takes care of itself.
Yeah, I share your sentiment. I hope that it is addressed once we're able to hire, the officers we set out to this year. My concern is less about the Apple stores and the Macy's and the Gottschalks as opposed to just the mall as a whole and patrolling that, because we know we've had a couple of incidents there this year. So I appreciate the comments.
Sure.
And my second still stands.
Yeah, I would piggyback off that comment. Not just Fashion Fair, right? But I mean, even with respect to our fax department and bus drivers. In terms of looking at an increase in supply, obviously I know the efforts have been aggressive with the authorizations that we had in the last budget. What about looking at sort of non-traditional sources, reserve officers, or we have a small unit at the airport. What is the legality or ability of the city to start to tap into those extra folks, extra bodies?
Well, I don't think we have extra bodies right now. I know that the officers at the airport, they're under a totally different contract, and it's these aren't officers that I can pull and put on the streets. As far as our recruiting efforts, we have been providing a quarterly report to the council on how those are going. It's very tough to stay ahead of attrition. But regardless of that, or despite that, we have to continue on. We have to push forward, and the goals have to be high. They have to be high and lofty goals, or else we're not going to meet them. And my recruiting team, we recently added a person to another recruiter to the recruiting team. We're also looking to add a full-time person that can basically manage the polygraphs or something equivalent to. That's where our bottleneck is. So we have to look at outside-the-box ideas of what is hindering us. I think my job as a police chief is to make this one of the best opportunities in law enforcement in the Central Valley, that other people who don't live here want to come and work here because of the opportunities. And I think it is the job of City Hall and the council and the mayor to make us an attractive police department, and that's through paying adequately in comparison to our local surrounding agencies, so we can become an attractive police department.
That answer your question, Councilman?
Just last point, Mayor. I will be, just a heads up, I will be looking at the hourly rate that we're charging today, and after we settle our agreement with the group, to make sure that we actually transition that cost to all these, private providers and public ones who want our contract policing officers. So in the past, that wasn't done, accordingly. So we were leaving quite a bit of resources on the table and not capturing the full cost. So thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mayor.
All right, motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Next up, item 1R, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Our favorite public works director, because he's the guy that is between us and giving residents everything they want and need for their streets. The only reason I pulled this item, Director Mosier, is I noticed that you're installing the Hawk crosswalk near Mayfair Elementary, which I know is desperately needed, has been for quite a while. But it also reminded me that it's the same Hawk crosswalk that was requested in South Fresno by Orange Elementary, school and the residents nearby. Can you walk us through just the process of how long it takes you to, get this kind of Hawk crosswalk, and then where are we at with the one around Orange Elementary?
Absolutely. Good morning, Council. Thank you for your consideration of this item. It's a good news item with new grants, and as you'll see in the report, numerous locations Council had already approved applications for. And yes, there is a Hawk crossing. That's a pedestrian hybrid beacon. So it's similar to a full traffic signal installation. And time-wise, it's again similar. It requires, number one, develop funding for the project. Number two, design it either with our in-house staff or hire an outside firm if we don't have capacity, bid the project, and then go to construction. The benefits of it are that there are warrants established, federal and state warrants, for when a full traffic signal is installed. That requires a minimum number of pedestrians per hour. Many locations like this one at First and Home do not meet that threshold, and it's not anticipated that it would ever meet that threshold. So it doesn't meet First Street, too much of a major street. We can't put stop signs out there for First, for Home. Wouldn't meet warrants for a full signal, so Hawk is gaining popularity nationwide. So new method wherein the signal, when it's just resting, it's dark for First Street traffic, it'll just be off, and then it says to stop when lights come on. So someone pushes the button, and then that activates it, and then it starts working. So we're going to see a lot more of those. We now have 3 in operation in City of Fresno.
Director, can I make just a quick recommendation, if I could, real quick? I know we have one of those in my district off of Locan and Cortland. Just because these are relatively new, I think a good recommendation would be to have an educational piece, flyer, and distribute that to each new school that this goes up next to, and probably the surrounding neighborhood, just because it is very novel. And there is a bit of a learning curve when you're learning how it works just based off of using it. I think it would be beneficial, for my neighborhoods and any new location it goes up, to have that educational component accompany it for the neighborhood surrounding and also for the school to distribute to the parents that have it, because it can be a little bit confusing for those people who haven't interacted with one of those before.
And thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. That's a great segue, and 100% on board with that recommendation. We've developed a flyer, just wrapping that up, preparing to distribute, and also the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee that the council had formed meets monthly. That's one of the priorities for them as well. We work with them each year. The council appropriates about $20,000 per year into our budget of state bicycle pedestrian funding that has historically gone for public safety announcements. And the BPAC's priority is Hawk information. So they've actually been preparing some videos and PSAs that can go out. So that's a big effort, and we'd like to do that in the other areas as well. Then lastly, the council's question regarding Orange Avenue or Orange Center School and an interest in a Hawk. It would follow a similar process with exception. That is currently in Fresno County's jurisdiction, and it's not in the city. So we would need to partner with Fresno County or annex that area into the city to have jurisdiction.
Can we now put a crosswalk without the approval of the county and without annexing that area?
Not if it's in the county, then the county has sole authority to approve plans, issue permits, and allow for that installation, because it is not in it's in our sphere of influence as the city of Fresno, but it's still in the unincorporated area.
And the challenge, of course, is that the city distribution centers are the ones generating the traffic. And so it's the city generating the traffic in the county street. But just a quick note, what are the other locations of crosswalks across the city? You mentioned we have 3.
Yes, we have 3. One is in Council District 1, which was installed as part of a Century Communities development on Bryan Avenue south of Shaw. It's for a trail crossing between Shaw and Gettysburg. We have one on Fowler Avenue between Jensen and Church with the new Sanger Unified School campus. And then a third, as Councilmember Maxwell had mentioned, on Locan near Janet Young Elementary and Clovis Unified.
So they're mostly in new developed areas then, right? This would be the first one in the urban core?
That is correct. This will, but there are definitely a lot more grant prospects and great locations where this can be a good tool for locations where there are pedestrians but have never reached that threshold that would meet a full signal.
Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right.
Can I ask a
Motion was
quick
made,
question
second by
to
Councilmember
the
Carbasi.
Director?
Councilmember Maxwell?
Thank you. One of the projects I saw in here I was excited about is a crosswalk across Chestnut going to Erickson Elementary School. I don't recall that being on the list that we went over earlier this year of future public works projects in District 4. I remember we talked about a crosswalk on Fresno and Browning and one on Dakota and Chestnut and a couple of other locations and public works improvements. I don't remember this being one of them. I am really supportive of it. I think it's needed, but how does this affect the other projects we had already identified and queued up? Does this push those back, or where does that one get placed in the order of operations?
And Council, great news on that. These are all new grants that have been awarded. That's why we're before you to request them to be added into the budget. The other projects all keep moving forward. And
But obviously it's going to take manpower, right, to install that. So how does that affect the other projects we've already identified?
The others are ahead. They continue to move forward in the process, and then these are next in line.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
All right, motion was made. Second, any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, let's go on to item 1T. This is Councilmember Arias' item, but Councilmember Arias, before you begin, let me just address the elephant in the room. I think everybody supports these speed bumps. The question that I have is, and for Scott, if you could, don't go too far, because we've had this conversation probably 100 times. I think we should remove the term pilot program. We know that these speed bumps work. I think rather we should have staff come back with a specific set of criteria so that they can fit in any neighborhood. We know that oftentimes these speed bumps, help to reduce pedestrian, bicycle rider safety or exposure and dangers. I've had a number of calls in my district. I know my colleagues have had as well. We've tried to work through this issue in the past. We haven't. We know the issues, the challenges with, public safety vehicles going through or the speed that they need to go through. We know about the air quality situation, but I think we're at a point in time where I think the whole city could benefit from strategically placing these speed bumps in specific areas that meet a criteria. And I want to know if Councilmember Arias would be agreeable to setting up that criteria for the city as a whole.
I'll be happy to agree to that amendment. So I'll make a motion to approve the item and remove it from a pilot to a citywide effort. Once we establish a criteria, that it's my intention to work with city staff to bring that criteria to the council so we can approve it. And we all know exactly what the process and the criteria will be to engage in these humps and bumps and slowing down traffic and improving the street pedestrian for all our city.
No, appreciate that, and I want to thank you for bringing this forward. This is something that has been, a challenge in the past, for sure. We know that speed bumps are not going to fit in a major corridor like Cedar, but we know that they have their place and they're used in especially residential areas or close to schools or, parks and walkways that we really need our kids to feel safe in. So with that, do we have any, Councilmember Carbasi, you're punched up? Or Councilman Soria, sorry.
If you would allow me, Council President, just want to pop up some photos really quick and give you guys an idea of what work we've done. And know that we spend months with city staff trying to find alternative solutions. Scott's very good at his job, and we always go and do some assessments. Is this a better option? It's not that one. That was a whole Let's not.
Wrong
Let's not give
picture.
the mayor a headache today. That was last week. So I'll give you some examples. This picture is of Computech Middle School. It's an old road that the old roads were built very wide, very long. It's also a place where FACS has a route where the school buses pick up and drop off kids. But unfortunately, the wideness and the length of the road also make for a perfect place for people to engage in racing. On one side is a residential neighborhood, on the other side is a school community. As we know, middle schools have sports activities after the school hours, so this happens at all times. In the next slide. So we have several places in the district. The roads were built 100 years ago. They're very long. We've done some initial traffic studies. There isn't enough traffic to justify a stop sign, which our traffic folks are very good about going through that tedious process. But that just means that the traffic that does go through there takes advantage of the extremely long road and engages it in high speeds. The example is the Bremer on Tower, and this is not, from my perspective, initiated by me, but it was initiated by the neighbors. Months ago, they came forward and said, we got to do something. It just hasn't worked. Stop signs were not an option, given the low traffic numbers. And we went and reevaluated why we banned speed bumps and humps 15 years ago. And what we found was that it wasn't necessary based on their San Joaquin Air Control District. It wasn't necessary based on the Cal EPA or the EPA. It was, at that time, low-hanging fruit to be able to hopefully reduce pollution. They've demonstrated that humps and bumps do not increase pollution. There's more effective ways to reduce pollution in the city, a lot of which this city and the Air District has done, like replacing tractors that burn diesel, replacing water pumps that use diesel to electric, going to hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles, and cleaner burning buses. All those are more effective ways to reduce pollution. And in this case, to the next slide, we did look at multiple examples. Not all of them are across the street, asphalt bumps that are significant. There's other options. We also made sure to consider the challenges to public safety response. We don't want public safety response being lengthened by any of these mitigations. So there's options that clearly don't slow a fire truck from responding, emergency vehicles from responding. So in short, I just want to tell you that the neighbors in South Tower and West Fresno, the school community brought this to our attention. We spent a few months doing our homework. We've spent quite a bit of time with staff. And as I told staff, it's one of those things that everybody was going to want. So it's really important for us to spend 30 days to test it out in the neighborhood, another 60 days to evaluate the criteria and the process. I think this is going to be similar to getting gates and alleyways. There's got to be a process. There's got to be neighborhood buy-in. In these neighborhoods that we identified, all the neighbors have agreed to it. They see the need for it. And hopefully this will begin a whole new journey in our city to slow traffic down in residential areas, near schools, parks, and community centers, and really try to find a better way of slowing down and improving pedestrian safety, and also allowing our limited public safety resources to focus on the violent crime that it's a significant issue for our city.
All right, Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate actually Councilmember Arias addressing some of those issues because I know that this has been an issue that many of my constituents for a long time have raised in our community meetings as it relates to speed bumps. I did want, though, to get, I guess, some perspective from the experts. I understand in terms of, maybe the concerns of pollution, which was one of the bigger reasons, and maybe the increase in time to response for emergency vehicles may have been part of the decision to ban, but I'd like to hear both from the Public Works and from our police and fire when it comes to this. Like, what does this mean? I appreciate in terms of it beginning as a pilot. I know that some of my other colleagues may want to expand it. I just want to make sure that we understand the consequences of what the policy may bring. So if we can get, folks to chime in terms of the experts, and then also, there's been a movement for a long time, I think now, throughout the state in adopting what they call Vision Zero, which is to increase safety in the community, with trying to figure out how to reduce speed limits. It's speed bumps. I don't think speed bumps is the only way. I think that there's other various options. So I don't think we should be married to the speed bump issue. I think that if we're serious about reducing speed limits, the solution has to be kind of comprehensive. We know we need more traffic, enforcement. We don't have enough of that because we're stretched thin. We also know that, at least in some of the research that I did quickly, speed bumps cost about $7,500, I think, to install, maybe more. I don't know. The Public Works Director can speak to that.
And Councilman, I just add that today what we're asking the council is to revoke the ban and allow us to work with the department heads to figure out the criteria, the process. We spent months talking to police, fire, and the Public Works, but we recognize that there's going to be other variables like which, is there a bus route there? How close is it to a fire station or police station? All those things we're asking for at least 90 days.
It's not just about the proximity to a fire station.
Correct.
It's the route to get to an emergency.
Right.
So I'm just raising what would be some of the issues and some of the unintended consequences of it. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to it, but I'd like to hear from some of the experts. I think that it is critical. So if you can allow me, it's my time to speak, that we do get that information. I think that it's also imperative that this council think beyond speed bumps. I know that there's other mechanisms like what we've done in the tower, right? On the streetscape, the bulb outs, there's chokers, there's lateral shifts, there's realigned intersections. There's a whole slew of things that we can do in different neighborhoods, and I don't want to, just for the sake of expediency, just be zoned into speed bumps. I think that we need to talk about the broader issue and what are the broader solutions to slowing down people in our community, which is a huge issue. I think more recently, I saw Fresno County did a really good thing on Ashland and Van Ness. If you guys drive through there, cars usually zoom down Ashland Avenue. But once you get to Van Ness, they did, I think it was a choker, and expanded the crosswalks and put those little, not bumps, but whatever those little things are called. Yeah. And so now you're seeing it's slowing down vehicles. So I don't think speed bumps is the ultimate solution. I appreciate, the neighbors being concerned, and I have many of those, but I want to make sure that if we're going to go into opening this kind of can of worms, because we've done this before, and I think there's other people that can speak to kind of, beyond the air pollution issue, why it was done, that we're thinking comprehensively, and that if we're going to go this route, that we actually allocate resources for infrastructure that will slow people down. So that's what I want to also have a conversation about. So I don't know if we could hear from some of the experts in Public Works, from traffic, and then also our emergency folks, our law enforcement folks.
Good morning. I'm Jill Gormley. I'm the city traffic engineer. I think you bring up a lot of good points. Speed bumps or speed humps, speed cushions, whatever we call them, they're not going to be the end-all, be-all. They're not going to fix everything, but it's going to be a good tool to have in our toolbox to decide if that is a speed bump, speed hump, a choker, rumble strips. You asked if there were some kind of unintended consequences to the speed bumps or speed humps. They're not going to work in all locations. It's going to depend on the type of roadway, what uses are along the roadway, what the speed limits are already posted along the roadways. Is it a bus route? Is it a route for emergency vehicles for responses? Is there the proper drainage? Is there the proper infrastructure already in place? Is there lighting out there? What is the differential in the perception of the speeding that's happening? So those are all things that we're going to look at. They will bring different kinds of issues to the neighborhoods potentially. Noise, going over them, they could be loud if people are hitting them at certain speeds. They could cause more acceleration between the infrastructure. So, you may hear screeching or just different noises that aren't out there all the time. They do work in some situations, but that's what we're going to come back in 60 days with the different criteria that we will be looking for and proposing to have in a policy.
Did that answer your question, Councilmember Soria?
Yeah, and so in light of, say, that we're going to develop a criteria to figure out other mechanisms, I want to make sure that it's clear that it's beyond speed bumps, because I understand, speed bumps is one tool. Does this ban also ban some of the other, like those? So we can already do the other. Is there a reason why we haven't, when those issues come up in neighborhood, why we haven't really utilized these other tools to slow down traffic? Is it funding? What is the issue?
Funding is one of the issues, but I think when we actually dig down into it and propose maybe a chicane, there's issues that come with that also. You're going to lose parking in front of your house if that's where we're putting that. So residents may not want to give up their parking in front of their houses for visitors, or maybe they have more cars that fit in their driveway in their cars. There can be drainage issues. Again, there could be just infrastructure issues that you might not see on the surface. So there's not one thing that's going to fix any of these problems. It's kind of a combination of infrastructure, enforcement, education, people wanting to be safe and trying to be safe for all users of the road.
So I know that more recently, because people have had a desire to support this concept of Vision Zero, there are grant dollars. Have we tried to apply for those dollars to support some of these investments to slow down traffic? Or do we need to, as a city council, support a resolution saying, hey, we're going to be a Vision Zero city, and therefore qualify for that funding?
I think we have to have support as a city. Vision Zero is not about a speed bump. It's not about lowering the speed limits. It's a whole package, and it's dedicating those resources and those funds and those commitments to those different sections, whether it be enforcement, education, infrastructure. It has to be a package deal. It just can't be. Vision Zero is not about adding speed bumps.
But the goal of Speed Bump 1 is to slow vehicles to increase safety, to reduce fatalities as well. So
Correct.
It's one part, but that's what Vision Zero is as a whole, right?
It's a program. It's a ideology. It's a concept that we're going to do all of these different components to reduce fatalities,
which is
to
what we
increase
should
safety.
be doing, I think, as a whole, as a city. And this is one issue.
I would agree with you, Councilwoman, but I don't even want to ask what the price tag of re-envisioning all our city streets is probably going to be far greater than it is to repave all the city streets. So it's what I've seen is in my nearer neighborhoods where it is designed up front, it hasn't been a challenge. It's these 100-year-old neighborhoods with very wide roads that, to build the stuff that we did in Tower. I mean, Tithing Tower District, we spent $3-4 million in just, probably a mile of pavement. It is a significant issue. So I'm attempting to let's take the first bite.
I ask about that because I know that there is funding available for those projects. So that's why I was asking. I know that More recently, I think it was either Sacramento passed a policy, I think just in the last few months, similar to what we are hearing today, but it's going to be funded because they actually allocated dollars to the program through Vision Zero grant, which is why I'm asking, how is it that we qualify for those grant dollars so it's not necessarily eating up other infrastructure money that could serve for the repavement or reconstruction of sidewalks or whatnot in these older neighborhoods, but we're using other funding mechanisms to cover the cost, because it is costly to do speed bumps and other forms of traffic.
And it might be
slowing
worthwhile
reduction.
to explore that as part of the American Rescue Funds. If we can use the one-time money to, see what, how much more funding we can leverage, that would be something I'm open to.
If I may, Council President?
Go ahead, Mayor. And
Briefly.
just for my council colleagues, let's let Councilwoman Soria ask all her questions, get them answered, and then we can move on so we can actually get to a vote. Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, I have some history coming from the police department in terms of overall traffic safety. There was a time when we had the worst record for red light runners in the state of California. We were able to do some things in the police department to take that away. In terms of drunk driving, speeding, all those things. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration does have funding available that we've taken advantage of for many, many years. That does impact traffic calming. And so, I think what I'm hearing from the council is everybody's concerned with traffic safety, which is good, and that there's a lot of different ways to achieve that. Speed bumps may be one of them, as long as there's proper signage and they're in the right neighborhoods and they're the right height. Roundabouts does traffic calming. Some of the things Councilmember Soria spoke of also do traffic calming. And I think what we're in need of as a city, in working with Public Works as well as the police department, is putting together an overall traffic safety plan for our city that we could all endorse and support and fund, that will get us to where we need to be, because some of it's going to be environmental, some of it's going to be educational and awareness, and some of it is going to be enforcement. So I think that's what is being asked of by this body.
Councilwoman Soria, go ahead with your questions.
I'm done with my questions. Thank you, Council
Councilmember
President.
Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to thank my colleague for bringing this issue up for conversation. It's a long overdue conversation. I'm going to support lifting the moratorium because I want to force this conversation very boldly. I think that there are concerns of pollution, stop and go. I can understand that, but you have to really weigh the impact to the environment versus the impact on children. I think maybe a safe way we can start doing this is to focus speed bumps around our schools, like Computech, or in my district, Nelson. I have situations in neighborhoods in Northwest Fresno where they were built in the old system, where and Pinedale has this issue too. We have this issue on Fremont off of Fruit, where there are these long, instead of, nowadays you go into a neighborhood, there's a little small tiny road, and then you go to all the roads down the streets. Now, it's just, in the old days, it's just long roads, and people just fly through them. And it's frustrating, and it's unsafe. And it's not just that it's unsafe, people feel unsafe, unfortunately. But I think that the underlying issue, the elephant in the room that was presented, the underlying issue is this, and the mayor touched on it. If people obey traffic laws, you don't need to reduce the speed limit. And that's the problem we have. It is true, in the late 90s, we had more deaths from traffic accidents than murders in the city of Fresno. And what changed that was federal grants, and we got 80 motor units out there. Right now in Herndon, I'm having serious problems. I have a lot of unfortunate fatalities from traffic accidents in my district. There were a couple late last year, and there were a few this year. And a lot of it has to do with speeding. When speeding went down in the earlier part of this year, it was because we had motor units out there, CHP, Sheriff's Department, Fresno PD, and the Bureau of Automotive Repair going after racing. And it made a difference, because when your car's impounded, you have a 30-day vacation with the city of Fresno, and you got to pay a lot of fees. I hate to do that to someone. I don't want to financially punish them, but it works. And now that we had to take those units off because of the fare and the gang operation, guess what? It's gone up again. We're never going to be able to reduce Herndon from 50 miles an hour. It's just the way it is. We need an expressway. But if we can enforce our laws, especially around schools, it makes a difference. But speed bumps, Councilmember Arias is correct, has to be in the arsenal. A few more things. We also are working towards a racetrack, so there's a legal option. We don't want to be mean. We understand racing. There's a culture out there, and some people want to do that. And the mayor is working really hard with Council President Chavez and I to create that legal option, which will be, there's a lot of momentum. It's very exciting. The other issue is, in my district, another problem is Audubon. I know the name of the street is Audubon, but unfortunately, a lot of people, to avoid Nice, go on Audubon. There was just another bad accident out there. It creates a lot of fear and problems for the residents. You can't cross the street on Audubon, and we're working really hard to address that problem with Public Works and the mayor's office. People say, why can't you put a stop sign in? And I wish it was simple. The problem is you put a stop sign in a crosswalk, people are going to run through that stop sign, and they're going to miss the stop sign and hit someone because we're going to give them a false sense of safety installing a crosswalk that really won't have the infrastructure to be noticed and enforced. So we have to, I hate that it takes time, but we have to do things in the right way because we're trying to save lives. So thank you, Councilmember, bringing this forward. We need this on the table. I look forward to the conversation. Maybe we can start with a few schools for the pilot program, maybe put some temporary speed bumps, see how it works, but I'm sure we can find the funding, and this is a great augmentation to the Safe Routes for Schools program. Thank you.
Vice President Esparza?
Yeah, so, for, I think, a long time, we were led to believe that, speed bumps just weren't possible. And now here we are making it possible. And as exciting as it is, I think I have some mixed feelings about it. It's a double-edged sword because of some of the concerns that we've heard about. Can appreciate my colleague's concerns in his neighborhood. We've gotten lots of requests over the years in our district for speed bumps as well. I know Councilmember Carbasi has been one of the anti-speeding champions. He has to deal with Herndon Avenue, which is the Highway 180 at North Fresno. Yeah. Essentially, there's really no quick way to get from east to west, up on the north side. So I think where I'm at is I want to support a version of this today. I think I would feel more comfortable if we had the pilot component to this legislation. I'd feel uncomfortable if we were jumping 2 feet in and sort of just, taking this ban off without having the information first that we're asking for. So I'm sure Public Works and the administration will provide that, and then we can make a decision accordingly. But it feels like we are kind of putting the cart before the horse by removing the pilot component of the bill. I think if we do that and it's sort of a free-for-all, I know we're going to develop parameters, right? But public's listening to this right now. Everyone's thinking, I want a speed bump in my neighborhood. I think there are the obvious issues, the logistical issues, but even from an aesthetic issue, right? I'm not sure if we want to go the direction of South Central LA and have our neighborhoods looking like that. They've got speed bumps on every road out there. So I'm comfortable with going forward. I do want to go forward cautiously. I'd ask my colleagues if we'd consider putting some restraints on this as we move forward so that we're not putting the cart before the horse. We get the information and what the possibilities are, and then we can decide accordingly.
Good, Vice President, if I may, and we could use the term pilot or not use the term pilot. I think the purpose of my amendment was to do exactly what you described, which was to, obviously, Councilmember Arias has that pressing issue in that neighborhood that's going forward, but like you said, have staff bring back a criteria with options, with speed bumps being one of the tools in the toolbox that previously were not available. But I agree with what Councilwoman Soria and what everybody else is saying. I think there's a time and place for speed bumps. It's not going to fit everywhere, but we want to have that ability to do that. And I am very respectful of council members. If council members don't want them in their district, they don't have to have them. But I can tell you that in my district, that's a very much requested. And it has been situations where I believe it does fit. Particularly because it mirrors the conditions that Councilmember Arias has in that specific neighborhood close to schools. So whether we call it a pilot or not, I think to me that I don't really have a problem with that. What I do want staff to bring back is that criteria with options And I think we do need to broaden the conversation with pedestrian and bike safety for folks out there. But have that come back to the council, so then the council can say, okay, this fits in my district where I've gotten over 100 requests for that. So if it helps you with, with that, we can call it a pilot program. But again, for me, the important part is for this to come back to the council with all of those options so that we can make a decision whether this criteria fits in each individual district.
And Council President, let me just reiterate what our request is today with this item. Request 1 is to allow us to pilot this in my district at the 4 potential sites in the next 30 days. Come back within 90 days for a criteria that would apply citywide for potential use of speed bumps or other traffic mitigation, options. And at that time, the council would, discuss and debate the criteria, all the different options, but it's just giving us the permission to go forward and starting to test this out and work with staff for the next 3 months to work out all the potential considerations and criterias that we need to consider, if we're going to do this beyond just 1 or 2 streets.
So my question is, again, whether we call it a pilot or not, where the rubber hits the road, no pun intended. If we pass this today, what happens when residents are calling all of our districts, the other 6 of us, saying we want speed bumps because this district got speed bumps in places where we're not sure they belong yet because of the criteria has not been developed yet? That's my question.
What I'll tell you is the 4 areas that we've identified, we've confirmed that 2 areas of the 4 would be speed pumps and bumps would be eligible. I've told my residents who have already submitted requests for their neighborhoods to be considered that we're going to test it first, we're going to flush out a criteria, and then we're going to put their request on the queue in 90 days. Once we have a criteria, then we will be able to give them clear information on whether their neighborhood qualifies. And in order for your neighborhood to qualify, we really need the criteria first. Because there's some places where a stop sign would be more effective, other places where ADA would not allow us to do that, and additionally, I think one of the criteria needs to be support from the neighbors for that mitigation to be put in front of in their neighborhood.
So, once the criteria is developed, it almost seems unfair to neighbors, right? And I guess you answered my question. That's only happening in your district for right now. So I'm not sure what your comfort level is if the criteria comes back contradictory to where the current, where the pilot ones will be ultimately placed.
Well, these are temporary in nature. That's the nice part about them. You bolt them on. If they don't work, if it doesn't slow down traffic, if the neighbors don't like them, they can be removed. The options that you saw on the screen are a variety of options. We're not just simply suggesting the asphalt pavement that require quite a bit of manpower. We're looking at things that could be as cheap as $1,500 to $7,000. So again, our promise to the residents we're going to try it. We're going to first revoke the ban to allow us to pilot it. Secondly, we're going to develop a criteria with the professional staff. And third, we're going to ask the council to assess that criteria and the results of the pilot to determine whether we do this beyond 1 or 2 neighborhoods.
Okay, so if we pass this today, there's only going to be 4 in your district and nowhere else until...
No, Councilmember Sparsa, we're going to start the conversation for other parts of the city with that criteria coming back.
So then we're doing exactly what I said. We're putting the cart before the horse.
I don't think we are, and I don't think we are because we actually have a lot of research, and that's why Councilmember Arias is wanting to place those speed bumps or whatever we're going to call them in that neighborhood because we know that research shows that it slows traffic down and increases pedestrian safety. If you're not comfortable having them in your district, that's okay. You can opt to not have those, but to answer your question, you're going to get calls from your constituents, and I'm going to get calls from my constituents advocating for speed bumps. That's going to happen regardless. So we better have an answer for that, right?
And that's what I'm trying to get to, an answer, right? If we're going to start installing speed bumps all over the city before there's a criteria, it reminds me of the shot spotter conversation, right? Where everybody said me too, and we weren't deferring to the experts as to where they should actually go. So it's reminiscent of that conversation, and I'm hesitant to open the can of worms and people start installing them, because once you install them in a certain area, it's gonna be very difficult to pull them out.
Duly noted, and if you don't want to support it today, that's your prerogative. Councilmember Butterfield, you've been waiting for a while.
Okay, staff, I don't know if it's Scott or you, either one. So there's a history in the city. I remember when I served before, that speed bumps were a big deal and people wanted them. And, people want them, and then some people don't want them, and we make some people happy with them and some people don't like them when they're installed. And we had a criteria, as I recall, before. Do you remember what the criteria was for having speed bumps installed in a neighborhood?
We did have a policy, I don't know if it was in the 90s or early 2000s, on installation of speed undulations, and we are reviewing that and looking at it as we go forward also. But, I mean, there's criteria on outreach to the neighborhood.
Are we having a
what
meeting
percentage
here or
of the
what?
neighbors should be notified? Is it 60%? Is it 75%? Some of the criteria that we're looking at now is the posted speed on the roadway currently. How wide is the road? Are there curbs and gutters? I don't know if that's included in the old policies, but those are some of the things that we are looking forward as we move through this process.
Okay, the thing that I'm wondering is this pilot study necessary? I mean, you have many year history of what worked and what didn't work, what the requirements were to install. I mean, I don't know about speed bump versus what you call a hump bump. That might be something that you ought to determine for the city council. I don't know. I mean, what are you going to learn from a pilot study that you don't already know?
I don't know.
I can take a stab at that, Jill.
I mean, and I'm not trying to denigrate that. I'm just trying to say, if we want to move forward with speed bumps, there's enough data to already move forward with them. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We have a history with this. So the issue is, why is there even a pilot study necessary? You already have data from decades of what worked and what didn't.
Council Scott Moser, Public Works. So I think that we would support and appreciate that 90-day time frame that's in the resolution to actually put the criteria together. I'd say we're about 80 to 90% there, again, because it's not a new phenomenon. It's not something brand new for the city. We have a lot of locations, but as Joe Gormley had mentioned, we've looked at the 1990s criteria, revisiting that. Okay, what percentage of support on that block is appropriate?
Yeah, because you had a percentage, Scott.
Correct, we had a percentage. It's really critical. There are two people on either side where, well, actually, there's four homeowners or residents that are super critical. One where the actual bumps are. Someone is right there that has some noise, that has some issues. Our street sweepers can't pick up. You lose a little bit of leaf debris right at that spot.
Yeah, or you get the speed bump in front of the house and they go, I don't want that in front of my house.
And the two people where there's the bump sign leading up to it, so there's typically, there's a pole right there, a sign post right in someone's front yard or park strip. So there's a lot of things like that to look at. So we're a lot of the way there. We'll put together a formal policy that could come back to council, and we are working with our police chief, fire chief, working with solid waste. Actually, the flood control district just reached out to me, seeing the item on the agenda. If not done properly, the speed bump can actually block drainage flows, and you could cause flooding of a property. So there are a lot of factors to keep in mind.
Right, and so again, Scott, all of which I agree with. What data are you going to acquire from putting these things out in District 3 that you don't already know or can't meet with other professionals and figure out and come back to this council with criteria if people want to move forward with this? And I'm not saying I don't. I mean, I think there are a lot of... I'd like Scott to talk, please. I'm asking the questions right now. Go ahead, Scott.
I think as staff, we're comfortable putting together the criteria for council consideration, whether it's called a pilot program or not. We've got, a lot of data and information. But if the council desires to pilot only in these locations in District 3, there's a capacity limit as well, a limitation on how many we can get done. And these are some that have been evaluated, studied, as Councilmember Arias mentioned.
The question I'm asking you, Scott, is do you need a pilot study wherever it's located to bring back criteria for this council? Are you advocating for what is being requested? Is it necessary? That's what I'm wondering. Is this necessary for you to understand what you need to bring back to the council?
Councilmember,
Yes.
just real quickly, if I may interrupt. One thing that we don't have data on from the last go-around was the non-permanent type of undulations. I don't know that.
What are they called? When you say the non-permanent?
The ones that
They're
bolt
bolted
in.
on?
The bolt in.
Okay.
I don't think we have a lot of data
Okay.
from our past rounds. One other thing too that we do need to go back and look as part of this evaluation are the risk claims that were filed during the time of the heyday of speed bumps for damage to vehicles. So we're not talking about that now, but we shouldn't forget to go back and do that as part of the whole evaluation of what those costs were to the city, just to have a complete understanding.
So, Georgia, and from your perspective, we should have some kind of pilot on those kinds of bumps? Is that what you're talking about?
Tommy? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and that makes sense. I just want to understand that. And lastly, I remember in the heyday, everybody wanted these bumps, and again, it comes with people who are going to be happy, and it comes with people who are not going to be happy. Scott, why was this banned? What was the sense that where they threw in the towel and said no more? Why?
So I can speak to that. I joined the city of Fresno in 2002, and at that time, and when the Rackham resolution went to council, it was widely understood. All the departments came away from that with a very solid understanding. Speed bumps are banned. And then in 2006, we brought back a policy because there was some ambiguity about when we go to repave a neighborhood, what happens with these existing speed bumps? Do they go back? What would be the process to consider removing them? So that was really the spirit of the 2006 agenda item. But as our city attorneys and great research on that has noted, it was very clear in that 2006 agenda item there was this widespread understanding. They were already banned in 2002. But in really looking at those resolutions in 2002, it appears that wasn't the case. However, my conversations with previous council, chiefs of staff, various individuals was they were banned. But there was a...
Go ahead, Georgia.
So just going back to my recollection, I was in a lot of those meetings, and I know that now, after doing all the research and going back looking at all of the air district documentation, I can tell you it was an air pollution concern at that time. I understand that now maybe the data has not proven that they are high pollution generators, but at the time, the discussion was around the slowing and the acceleration, stop and go, was a contributing factor to air pollution. So those were the discussions that were circulating at that time.
Now, is the air much better now that we can install these?
I think and I don't personally know this, but I think what I'm hearing now is going back and looking at the data, perhaps they weren't as huge of pollution savers as people envisioned at the time in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, and there's been a lot of improvement in the ultra-low emission vehicles that we've had. Vice President Esparza, if you could land this, because it's lunchtime.
Yeah, it is lunchtime. So I would say, I'm going to support this. It's too tempting not to. I do want speed bumps in my district and certainly parts of it. I would just encourage all of us, right, to continue to be transparent with our residents that we're moving in a direction, but it's not yet a free-for-all because there's still a lot of work to be done. It's a more complicated issue than it seems on the surface, obviously, because of the issues discussed today. But we're committed to keeping neighborhoods safe, and this is one of the tools we're going to employ. at some point when we get the data and we can do it appropriately.
So to recap, Councilmember Arias, we're going to go ahead with the areas that we identified. Staff's going to come back with the criteria, specific, the challenges and everything, the data that everybody wants to see, and then we can make that decision for the broader conversation. So motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? Motion carries. Speed bumps for all.
Thank you all for the help.
Let's take a quick lunch, and then we'll come back at 1:30, since we love to talk and listen to ourselves. back in session. Got a short list.
Motion to approve?
All of them. Now all of a sudden we want to go home, right? All right, item under scheduled council hearings and matters, 10 a.m. I think it's in Councilmember Carbasi's district. Is he joining us online, City Clerk? No, he was just here. Was there in person?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. by
Second.
Councilman Arias, second by Vice President Esparza. Let me go out to the public. Anybody queued up to speak on this item? City Clerk? Nothing? I'll close that portion. Oh, we do have one? Oh. Ms. Flores, with regards to 10 a.m. item, you have 3 minutes. If you could unmute yourself and turn up your volume. No, she might not be available.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Flores.
Oh, I was waiting for the little doohickey that says I can unmute myself. So anyway, long story short, I don't have anything to comment on this item. I just want to remind you, Council President Chavez, to please announce what the item is for those of us, playing at home. And also, too, the only other question I had that I forgot to ask you this morning is, do you want beef or chicken tamales? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Chavez eats pork.
Thank you, Ms. Flores, for that. I will announce the items. All right, I'll close that portion. Motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go to the 10:05. This is the joint meeting with the Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority, JPFA. The members of this board are Councilmember Bredefeld as chair, Mayor Dyer, and Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, do we need the mayor here, or we can proceed without him, right?
We have a quorum, I think.
He's coming?
Tell them to speed it up.
Yeah, you could proceed, you have a
Mr.
quorum, but
Do you want,
it's up to you
is
if
he
you'd
coming?
rather wait.
We'll make a motion
Go
to
ahead.
approve.
All right, they want us to go ahead. All right. So we have a hearing to designate and authorize certain finance officers of the city of Fresno to sign various investment and commercial banking documents and provide verbal instruction required for prudent financial administration, safekeeping of Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority funds and property. That's one item. And the second one is a hearing to consent to and authorize investment monies in the local agency investment fund in the custody of the state treasurer for purposes of prudent financial administration and safekeeping of Fresno Joint Powers Finance Authority funds, and authorize certain finance officers of the city of Fresno in connection therewith. We can combine those two items together, correct? Staff, do you have anything that you want to say about this?
Good afternoon, council members and members of the JPFA board. Mike Lima, Finance Director Controller. Before you today are resolutions authorizing 5 management level members of the Finance Department to sign various documents that arise during the course of business. These documents include checks, investment purchase order forms, and bond disclosure reports, among many others. The signature resolutions are being brought to you now as there have been changes in personnel since the last signature resolutions were approved by the council and the JPF board in 2018. The resolutions before the council and the JPFA board also include specific signature resolutions for LAIF. LAIF is an investment pool operated by the state of California as a short-term investment options for local government. Both the city and JPFA have accounts with LAIF. LAIF's bylaws specifically require a standalone signature resolution be approved by the governing bodies before that local government can invest in the fund. Staff recommends approval of all the signature resolutions that we have before you. I'm available to answer any other questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we go out to the public? Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this item? Anybody online, City Clerk?
City Clerk?
No, we do not have
Okay.
anyone.
Entertain any motions regarding this?
I
So
will-
moved.
Oh, second.
Second?
Hey,
The one time the mayor gets to vote.
I got the vote. I wanted to be on record as making the motion. You guys finally let me have a vote.
Before you get comfortable in that chair, I actually have questions.
Can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
No, this is
No,
one of.
no.
No, this is JPF.
This
All right.
is just 3. Okay.
Who
all
made the
those-
motion? Mayor Dyer made it. Who made the second?
Esparza.
Vice President Esparza. All right.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
We
Aye.
got questions.
Oh.
No, but you guys are not,
This is only
are they,
the
this is just the
JPA.
joint powers.
Yeah, just the 3 of us.
Oh, yeah, as a member of the public, I like to ask questions.
Mr. Arias,
Gotta
what is
stand
your
at the
question?
podium if
I
you're a
think
member
we've
of the
already
public.
closed it. Can we take a vote on this, City Attorney?
Yes, you can go ahead and vote.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. Passes 3-0. Now, we're going to the city action item, which you will be included on.
Tyrannical, authoritative King Bredfield doesn't allow council to ask questions
Duly
about who
noted.
gets check.
Duly
who cuts
noted.
checks.
Okay, so we have 2 items for city action under the Joint Powers Financing. One is appoint and authorize certain finance officers of the City of Fresno to sign city checks and various investment and commercial banking documents and to provide verbal instruction required for the prudent financial administration and safekeeping of city funds. The second one is item ID 21-683, consent to an authorization of the investment of monies in the local agency investment fund in the custody of the state treasurer for purposes of investment and authorize certain finance officers in connection therewith. Staff, nothing else to add? Is there anybody from the public that would like to address this item? City Clerk, anybody online?
No, we do not.
Okay. Anybody from council wishing to address this?
Just another motion to
Councilmember-
approve.
I'm sorry?
Just another motion to approve.
Okay, motion approved. Council member, is there a second?
I have 15 questions.
No second yet? Okay, we'll have questions from Councilmember Arias.
Who are we actually giving the authority to write checks on our behalf, for the record?
It's the 5 individuals who are listed on the signature resolution, so that'd be myself, the assistant controller, the administrative manager for the finance department, the principal accountant who oversees the accounts payable unit, as well as the treasury officer.
Can you provide us actual names for the record?
Yes, the names are Michael Lima, myself, Yvonne Dedmore, assistant controller, Meng Tao, admin manager, Roberta Cope, principal accountant over the accounts payable unit, and Karina Barberite, the treasury officer.
And does this actually give authority to the title or to the specific individual?
No, it's the specific individual. That's why we had to come back this time, because we've had a change in personnel. So it is the specific individual that has that.
And what's their authority of how big of a check can these folks cut?
As big as the city, as the council authorizes, they can sign on it, any one of the 5.
And does that include electronic transfers?
Yes, it does.
And do we have sufficient safeguards to ensure that we're not transferring money to member Bredfield's account as
Trust
King
me, you're not.
Bredfield?
Only those payments that are authorized are allowed, yes. That is correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
What,
Okay,
is
seconded by Councilmember Arias. All those in favor?
Councilmember Bredfield, I
yes.
apologize. Since we do have Mike Carbasi online, we'll have to do a roll call.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Soria? Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Bredfield?
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And Council President Chavez?
Yes.
We're done.
All right, next item. You just take both of them together?
Yeah, we got them all together.
All right. Item 3A for the benefit of the public was removed, and now that concludes our open session items. We will now go to closed session. City Attorney, do we have any announcements after? Do you expect any announcements?
Yeah, the closed session today is existing litigation, Barton versus Fresno, and I would not expect any announcements afterwards.
Thank you.